What's up, guys? It's been a while. It's been a minute. I feel like I haven't done this in forever. It's probably been... When was the last time I did a chapter reaction? What was it, like chapter 11, 15? What was that, like last year? Fucking August, September? Something like that. It's been a while. How's it going, guys? It's good to see familiar faces in the chat. Edens, let me give you mod. I don't know how much I'm going to be doing this again, but I'll give you mod anyway because you're my boy. What's up, everybody? We got a lot to talk about. We gotta look. Okay, so let me... I don't know where to start. I kind of just wanted to hop on stream today. I didn't plan out any of this. I didn't plan to stream today. Alright, let's see. There's a lot I want to talk about. I want to talk about, obviously, One Piece stuff. I want to talk about the new chapter. I read it already, so this is not going to be a reaction stream. This is not going to be me pog-champing at the screen over the last page. I already read it, which I think is better for the stream because I got to digest it and I have ideas that now I can talk about, whereas if I read it, you know, if it was a reaction, I wouldn't have been able to think about things, and maybe I wouldn't be able to give you anything new that you guys probably haven't already heard from the million other reactions that have happened by now. So the accountability group fell off, everyone got into drugs and gambling. Well, Lava, I'm sorry that I was the reason everyone got into drugs and gambling. If it's any consolation, that's what I've been doing. I've just been shooting up, and I've been living in a casino for the last, like, 3 months. If anyone's been wondering where I've been. Yeah. So, there's a lot to talk about on the One Piece end. I gotta talk about some stuff regarding the future of the channel. And I hate to bring, like, personal shit into the stream. I'm not gonna, like, do that. I'm not gonna go into, like, detail with my end. But I have been gone for a reason. I haven't been posting for a reason. I haven't made videos recently for a reason. We'll get to that. What I want to know, though, is... Because I know a lot of you guys have been, like, chomping at the bit to hear from me lately. You guys want to know what I think of the arc so far, because I haven't talked about Elbaf at all with you guys. I haven't really talked about the end of Egghead with you guys either. We have a lot of stuff. So, like, I know you guys want to hear from me on all this stuff. I'm not sure what order to do it in, right? Because there's important stuff I got to talk about regarding me and the future of the channel. And there's all the One Piece stuff that we missed that we got to talk about. So I don't know what you guys want to hear first. I know a lot of people are probably just jumping in right now just to see what my thoughts are on the chapter. So let me put up a poll. What to do first? You guys tell me, what do we cover first? I'll give you guys what you want. And I mean, I don't really care at this point anymore, but if you do want to show some love, just like the stream if you don't mind, please. Seems like everyone wants the other important stuff first. I guess that's how we used to do it, right? We'd start with the non-One Piece stuff, and then we spend the rest of the stream talking about One Piece. I'll let the poll run for another minute or so, but it seems like it's gonna be the important stuff first. Brandon King, what's up, brother? Lonely Mage, how's it going, brother? I hope you guys have been doing well. I hope the new year has been off to a good start for y'all. I hope everyone's been having a good time since I've been gone. What do I want, Cabra? I just want to put on a stream that, you know, people enjoy. That's really it. If I spend like 30 minutes talking about stuff that people don't want to hear about, I don't want to, like, you know, because I haven't been on in a minute. I don't want to piss off my viewers, you know, wasting time. Well, it's not a waste of time, but you know what I mean. Like, if that's not what people want to hear from, like, if that's not the first thing people want to hear from me when I get back, I understand. All right, it seems like the votes are in favor of the other important stuff first. So, we'll get that out of the way. I promise it's not going to be longer than like 20 minutes, at least I think. But sorry to the people that, the other 33% that voted One Piece first. I promise we're going to get there today. We're going to talk a lot about One Piece. We have months and months of One Piece to catch up on. So the plan for the One Piece discussion when we get there is going to be talking about this chapter first, obviously, because that's what's on everyone's mind. And then we'll talk about the other stuff that we missed and, you know, some of my ideas and theories regarding that. I did have that video with Joy Boy that I did a couple months ago, where I talked about some of my Elbaf thoughts, but, you know, we'll be recapping. Alright, let's close the poll here. So, for those of you that follow me on Twitter, you might have seen me make a post on January 1st at the start of the new year. And should I summarize the post? I guess I could read it to you guys or like reword it. Let's see. All right, maybe I'll just reword what I was saying. So, I've been spending a lot of time the past year or two kind of thinking about what I want to do with my life. And I don't really know how to put this. I don't really know how to put this in a way that doesn't sound like I'm like farming sympathy or something. But I suspect, I didn't say this in the Twitter post. Hold on. I suspect that I have been dealing with some kind of depression for the last 2 years. I actually I'm surprised I'm even saying this out loud. This has kind of been in my head for a while. I suspect I've been dealing with like a kind of depression for the last 2 years. And the One Piece videos were like an outlet for me. And then little by little, it kind of ate away at my interest. Now this isn't like oh, I'm so depressed, I'm like suicidal. It's none of that. It's just like it's like this deep burnout. I don't know how to describe it. It's like a deep-seated burnout that I've had with like everything, like a lot of my interests. It's not just One Piece. And I don't know what it's fueled by. I think it's, to be honest, I think a lot of it is fueled by social media and being stuck in this like social media loop of like scrolling all day, consuming media, and like just trying to find purpose in like the modern day. I don't really know how to put it in a concise way. But that's basically been like where I've been at. I've been trying to like find the motivation to make more One Piece content. The problem is, no matter how much I want to make these videos for you guys, no matter how much I really want to make the fun and entertaining theories, a lot of times it's just not there. Like when I sit down to like make the videos, it's just not there. Like I don't have that. When I started the channel, I had this kind of burning passion, and I don't have that anymore. And I don't know why. I really don't know why. And that's what I've been trying to figure out. I don't know what it is, but I don't have it anymore. And it's hard. It's hard to make videos when you're in that mode. Because, you know, a lot of my videos, I've injected a lot of my like brand of humor into my content. But when you're sitting there writing a script, when you're in like this kind of like depressive mode that I'm in, it's really hard to like it's hard to write a joke. You know, it's hard to find things funny when your mind is not in the frame of like mind to find things funny. It's hard to like make a video with passion for One Piece when I'm reading One Piece and I don't really feel the passion that I used to. So like maybe I'm stuck in my own head or whatever. But I just haven't had it in me to do this anymore. And it's not like I want to quit YouTube forever. And I clarified that in my Twitter post. Like, I'm not leaving YouTube forever. I just can't make this my main thing anymore. That's pretty much what it is. I can't make it my main... it used to be my main thing. Like, that's what I would spend all day doing. And that's what I would do. You know, like, I would read One Piece. I would analyze One Piece. I'd watch other people's videos. I'd make my own videos. I can't do it anymore. And it's really hard for me to continue in that same path. So... You know, I stopped doing the streams. I stopped making videos. I kind of wanted to do something else with my life. And this is kind of where the rest of the Twitter post that I made comes in. But, you know, in regards to the channel, I kind of think I'm taking, like, an indefinite break from making videos. Not that I'm stopping making videos, but, like, there's not going to be a schedule anymore. If I make a video, I make a video. Like, it's like if I feel that passion and it comes out and I sit down and I write a script and I get a script out and I'm happy with it and I can edit a video, great. I'll put up a video on the channel, you know? I'm not going to, like, abandon the Hidden Island forever. I'm almost, like, 100% certain at some point in the future I'm going to be making another video about something. I just don't have, like, a schedule or plans to do so anymore. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not... Oh, like 2 weeks from now, I want to get a video out. 1 month from now, I want to put a video on this topic out. Like, I'm not in that mode anymore. So, I kind of just wanted to start the year by telling people, like, look, I'm just not in the space to do the channel the way I used to. And, you know, if a video comes out, it comes out. And I'm not going to announce it. I'm not going to build up to it. I'm just going to drop it. Like, when I make the video, I'm just going to drop it at random. Kind of like today, right? I didn't announce this stream was going to happen. I kind of just did it on a whim. For the first time in a while, I felt like going live and talking about One Piece. And I was like, okay, you know what? Fine. Today, we'll get online and we'll do the stream. So, I'm sorry to those that are, like, avid watchers of the channel, but I think I'm gonna be one of those YouTube channels. You know those, like, YouTube channels that make, like, quality videos that you enjoy and then they just rarely upload? Like, it's like a once-in-a-blue moon kind of upload, but when it happens, it's a banger. You know, like, there's a couple channels that come to mind. You know Let Me Know? That's a YouTube channel I like a lot. He does that. Unannounced, like, random video drop every once-in-a-blue moon. For my Sonic fans out there, Cybershell is a YouTuber that does that sort of thing. He kind of just comes out of nowhere and drops a video like once or twice a year at complete random, and they're like all bangers. So, you know, I think that's where my channel's going in that sense. It's gonna be like a channel like that. So that's where the channel itself is going. As for me, you know, why I wanted to do this, apart from like the passion thing, it's also like, I think one of the reasons the passion isn't there anymore is because I think it's because I accomplished everything I set out to do on YouTube. When I first started the channel, I had like less than, you know, 100. I had a few close friends to me as my subscribers. That was it. And my goal at the time was, with One Piece, was I wanted to achieve some level of success in YouTube with One Piece where I was able to go and talk to all my favorite YouTubers. Like, before I made the channel, I religiously watched One Piece YouTube videos. I went through like all of like Morge and Tekking's, you know, videography or whatever, their whole catalog. I was watching BDA Law, I was watching Grand Line Review, I was watching a little bit of Cole here and there. Cole, I love you, Cole. I just gotta be honest, at the time I wasn't like I wasn't binging your videos. I do enjoy your content now though. But I watched a little bit of everybody is what I'm trying to say. Don't mean to throw shade. But I watched everybody. I watched everybody, and I watched all those videos, and I was thinking at the time, like, man, I want to make this YouTube channel, and I want an opportunity to watch. I want an opportunity to talk with the people whose videos that, you know, I watch. Didn't want to talk with O'Hara, though. It's okay. He doesn't like me anyway. Yeah, so I didn't want to... so I wanted to communicate with all the YouTubers that I liked and that I watched. And I wanted an opportunity to discuss One Piece with all, like, the other fans in the community, the people that I liked, that you know, and it wasn't just the YouTubers, it was like also just you guys. Like, I wanted to have a group of people to talk about One Piece with, because at that point in my life, I had my close friends. It's like, at that time, I didn't get everyone I knew into One Piece, so I had like a couple people that I could talk to about it, and I wanted to talk to more people about it. It was like the only thing I cared about at the time, and I did that. I accomplished it. You know, I set out what I came to do. My goal when I started was to talk to the other YouTubers, to find a community of people to talk about One Piece with. And I wanted to make an impact. Well, that's another thing. I wanted to show One Piece YouTube the type of videos that I wanted to see. I wanted to make the kind of videos that I wanted to see. And I wanted that to have some kind of impact on the way people made videos in the future. I wanted to be on a Reverie. I wanted to go on a Reverie stream and be a part of that. I wanted to communicate with all the other YouTubers, have fun in like a Reverie stream. And at this point now, I've been in like, if you count the Agenda Reveries and like other big streams like that, I've been in like 4 or 5 Reveries now. I would say I'm comfortably in the One Piece YouTuber circle, I guess you could say. As dorky as that sounds. You know, I've accomplished all of that. I made an impact. I got my channel to about 75k subscribers. I've been in multiple Reveries. I'm friends with a lot of the other YouTubers now. I've met a lot of them in person. We spent time at Comic-Con, Anime NYC. And I would say that my theory videos made an impact, you know? Even now, I still go on Twitter, and I go on Reddit, and I go on these other communities, and I see people sharing my ideas. I see my theories shaping discourse in the community, even months after I've gone radio silent. I haven't uploaded anything in months, and I still see my videos and my content get referenced. I see some people kind of copy my shit, which is fine, because it's like, you know, imitation's a form of flattery in a way. And it's like, look, that's what I wanted, right? Like, I wanted to show people how it's done. And now there are people taking notes from me on how it's done and kind of copying the way I do things. And that's fine. Cool. Mission accomplished. I changed One Piece YouTube. Even if it was like a move, even if I pushed it 5 inches in one direction, for me, I'm happy with that. Like, I shifted the discourse in the direction just a little bit with my content. I made an impact. I'm satisfied, you know? That's where I'm at. I'm satisfied with what I've done. I'm satisfied with, you know, I'm satisfied with the connections I've made. I did what I came to do. You know what I mean? So, for me, you know, all that's left in terms of goals for the channel is numbers, right? Because, like, I made the impact. I'm part of the community. I've done it all. I've done everything I wanted to do from day one. So all that's left now is make number go up. You know what I mean? Like my channel. It's like all I have to care about now is like, oh, when are we gonna get to 100k subscribers? Oh, let me make sure I put out a video that gets this many views. And to me, that's not what I came to YouTube for. And if I get into the mindset of like my only goals are just number based, I'm just gonna become one of those like slop channels. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just gonna be one of those slop channels that like shovels out content purely to make the number go up. Let me just address the very kind super chats that I got. Thank you, Damien, for the 12. No message there, but I appreciate it greatly. And much love to you, brother. Daster, thank you for the $10, my friend. He said, anhedonia is rough. Is that what the term would be for what I'm experiencing? Is it anhedonia? Anhedonia, I don't know. I guess I don't know how you pronounce it, but anhedonia is rough. It's a right mindset. You have to not let hidden be who you are. Your value is beyond what you create. You're more valuable. You're valuable for the man you've become. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. And I kind of agree. I mean, I don't think hidden is totally me. I definitely put on a little bit of a persona for the channel because I'm making YouTube content. And, you know, it does come with the territory where you kind of have to make something that appeals to an audience. I kind of feel like I have to justify myself constantly because, you know, I'm in this YouTuber position and you're very open to, like, criticism for anything you say or do. You know, I've been involved in my fair share of Twitter drama and YouTube drama when in reality I'm just expressing my opinion like anyone else. The only difference is I have a platform. So it's hard for me to be myself. I do have to kind of put on a little bit of a show when I'm in a video or when I'm live. Whatever. That's what I signed up for. But it gets tiresome. It gets pretty tiresome. Hassan, thank you for the 10. He said, love you, Hidden. Whenever I'm really bored or feel down, I watch all of your videos. So just know you made an impact in my life. That means a lot, man. Thank you. Thank you, my son. I appreciate that, guys. Yeah, so, you know, like I was saying, I accomplished everything I wanted to with YouTube, and I'm satisfied. And I don't feel pressure to do more because all the goals attached to that are just numbers-based. And I'm not a numbers-based guy. I'm not a guy that wants to make a one-piece video factory. I want to make good content. I always wanted to make good content. And from the start, my goal was never... Even when I first made the channel, my goal was never based on numbers. It was never, I want to get to 100,000 subscribers. It was just, I want to do X, Y, and Z. I want to go to the Reverie. I want to talk to these people. That was it. That was my goal. And I did it. So what's left? Now that's why I'm going to just make videos whenever I feel like it. That's pretty much my reasoning. Also, to be honest, you know, YouTube pays money. If you get to that large, massive size of a channel and you're pumping out 2 videos a week, it pays well. It's not paying well enough for me to sustain myself on YouTube alone. And for those that have been following me for a while, you know that this, like, 2024 was brutal on the wallet because of insurance stuff and all that stuff. Not to get into too much detail, but point is, I'm in a position now where I have to start making money, and you know, I've been job hunting. I've worked odd jobs in the meantime, and YouTube's not cutting it. So, like, I got to prioritize, you know? So that's it. The YouTube's just kind of taking a back seat to me right now. That's where I'm at. As far as, you know, what I want to do going forward, like, personally, I have a lot of passions. I want to write. I want to make music. I want to spend more time with my family. I have a lot of things I want to focus on that are more important to me than One Piece right now, so that's kind of what I'm going to do. My plan moving forward is I want to work on a book. I've been talking about this for a while. I want to write a book. I want to start writing. I want to get into that because I've done a lot of writing for my videos. I've written hundreds of pages of worth of scripts for my videos on YouTube. I want to direct that energy. Instead of writing YouTube videos, I want to write something of substance, like a book or something that I can, like, put out there and say, I made this. It's not like me reviewing something someone else made, like Oda. I made this from scratch, start to finish. This was my creation. I want to put my stamp on it. I want to put my writing ability and my mind to that. So that's the next thing. I also kind of maybe want to dabble in, like, other YouTube projects, maybe something that's a little bit more philosophical, something that's more thought-provoking, something that's more based on, like, my own worldview and not so much like analyzing other content or like literary analysis. So, you know, other projects are on the mind, and that's kind of going to take, like, 2025, that was my New Year's resolution, is like, I'm putting everything else on the back seat. I'm dropping social media. I haven't been on Twitter in a minute. I just don't go on Twitter. I'll check every once in a while just in case I get a message. But, like, I'm dropping social media. I'm done getting into, like, the doom scrolling habits. I'm done with all that shit. Moving forward, focusing on what matters. Life is so short, guys. I blinked and I'm going to be 29 soon. I started this channel at, was I 24, 25? Yeah. I started this channel right after turning like 25. Basically borderline 24. Like, boom. Almost 30. Where'd the fucking time go? Where'd the time go? And all that time I spent, like, man, if I had spent, not that I regret doing YouTube, but if I had spent the last 3 years, like, just grinding out, like, a book or something, I'd have a fucking book right now. A full book, probably. If I did, like, 1 page a day, or, like, even for the last 3 years, if I did, like, 1 paragraph a day, I would have a complete product by now. So, time goes fast, and I need to spend it wisely. So, that's where I'm at, you know? As Apollo Creed said, there is no tomorrow. There is no tomorrow. There's no putting things off for tomorrow. Don't assume that tomorrow's promised to you. You got to start doing everything you want to do now. Everything you really want to pursue, you got to do it now. And I'm not putting things off anymore. And that's what I'm going to do. So that's it, guys. That's my catch up. That's what's been going on with me. That's where I'm at. That's why I haven't been uploading lately. And I didn't want to make this announcement to YouTube because I was worried everyone would take it the wrong way, like I was abandoning the channel and everyone would just, like, leave and not care anymore or whatever. And I guess that's, you know, an understandable response. But I just wanted to kind of, I don't know, I feel like a stream's better to explain it. So that's where I'm at, guys. I'm not leaving forever. If I have a video idea, I'll make it. If you feel like, you know, for those, I know a bunch of you are members and you're subscribed, like paying to the channel and all that stuff. I totally understand if this announcement means like you're canceling the membership. It's not like I really upload members only videos anymore anyway, so like I totally understand. And if you don't want to support the channel through membership or whatever, that's like, I have no problem with that. I totally get it because I'm not really uploading frequently anymore. So, you know, that's totally, like, that's a natural response. So, you know, as in regards to the streams, I might do streams like this every once in a while too. There's no promises, but like, dude, chapter 1138, something like this magnitude, I might feel compelled to just, like, I have to talk about this. There's so much to talk about. So, you know, I'm not going to be gone forever. You guys are going to see me again. I might still be doing surprise streams when I'm 32 years old, 35 years old, depending on how long the series goes on. But yeah, that's pretty much where I'm at. So that's the end of the, how much time did that take? Did that take like 20 minutes? That was about what I wanted. That's the end of the personal catch-up stuff where I'm at. I'm sorry to everyone that was like, you know, that this was their like stream that they would rely on every week as like their main source of like One Piece stuff. I'm sorry that I kind of dropped off the face of the earth. If I'm your favorite One Piece YouTuber and I make your favorite videos, I apologize that I'm not uploading with the frequency of what you would like. I understand. I have a lot of YouTubers I watch that I'm a big fan of, and I wish they uploaded regularly and more frequently because I love their content. So I get it. But, you know, I gotta do what I gotta do. So, with that being said, let me see if there's anything that I missed. Benjamin, thank you for the €6, bro. He said, yo, I missed you. I have waited for the king to return. Well, I missed all you guys too. That's why I wanted to come online, because I feel like it's been so long since we all talked, and I know that this is a banger chapter. This is one we gotta talk about. So I appreciate that, bro. All right, so what should we do now? Should we talk about 1138? Should we talk about this Hey, there's his Zaz. Zaz 1155. That's my 100th subscriber right there. I'll never forget that. What's up, bro? Greetings from Germany. What's up, Nakama Camping? I'm doing well, man. Doing all right. What's up, Reverse? Good to hear from you, bro. Yeah. So 1138. Let's talk about this chapter, shall we? All right. Cover story finally has gotten interesting. It got interesting like a chapter or two ago once we figured out this is who's place. But we're finally getting somewhere with this Yamato cover story. Honestly, I was getting tired of it. I was not a fan. But now we have something going on. Better than just, traveling Wano and eating bento boxes. I don't know what the fuck she's been doing this whole time. I actually forgot what happened in the rest of the cover story. But this is more interesting than that. So I have nothing to say. Why is Who's Who still around? I mean, what's he gonna do now? I have no idea. Maybe he's just gonna be like he's gonna be the new Ashura Doji type guy. Maybe he's gonna be a good guy now, you know? He is kind of like an extreme racist, so I don't know how well he's gonna mesh with the populace, but he is alive and kicking. He's not serving Kaido now. He did seem to hold some belief in like the Nika legend. So, maybe there's some room for like a character growth. Maybe Jinbei punched him so hard, he's like, wow, fishmen are actually not so bad. Like, I don't know. I don't know what happened to Who's Who. We'll have to see. Anyway. Alright, let's talk about this. So, we haven't talked about this on stream. I talked about it in the Joy Boy video, but let's talk about Loki real quick before we talk about what happens to Loki in this chapter. I like Loki a lot. A lot. I think this is like one of the most interesting characters we've gotten in a minute. Even Egghead, I mean, I already liked Kuma prior to Egghead, so like for me, liking Kuma was not like a new thing. Kuma being like a new, he's not new. Kuma got explored in Egghead. I loved Kuma from the start. He jumped up my tier list massively in that arc. So I'm not counting him. I don't really feel any huge love for Vegapunk. I like Vegapunk. It was great to get the reveal on Vegapunk and get to meet him. He had a great time that arc, like he had a great time is a weird way to word it. He had a good showing that arc. And Vegapunk accomplished a lot. He gave us a lot of lore drops, which is what I wanted from the character. And he's not like one of my favorite characters though. I like Vegapunk, but for many reasons, including the 6 different clones that and the fact that he's like come back from the dead in like 3 different ways, and I don't know how I feel about Vegapunk anymore. Like I like him, but like especially with the Elbaf arc where they're like creating a clone, like the younger version of Vegapunk's body. He's good. He's a good character, but not at like a top 10. Loki has top 10 potential. This is the first brand new character in a good minute for me that feels like they have like top 10 potential. The design is on point. It's actually so badass, the design. The devil fruit, which we have yet to see, is probably going to be insane based on how it's been described. The characterization so far is really interesting. You have the entire island. He's basically the heir to the Elbaf royalty for this island. And everyone on the island hates him. So, like, he's actually, like, a legit... It's not like Doflamingo, where he's, like, illegitimate. He just came in and stole the kingdom. Loki, yeah, he killed his dad. But he is royalty. He is Elbaf royalty. But, through his actions, through the whole... I guess circumstances surrounding his birth. I'm pretty sure, did his mom die in childbirth? I don't remember what was the lore with that. It was said in like 2 or 3 chapters ago, but like Loki has had the whole world against him since the start. We find him chained up to a tree like Zoro. And the interesting thing about that is, like, you know, prior to meeting Zoro, everybody was afraid of him. Everybody regarded him as this horrible person. Zoro was the pirate hunter. He's a demon. You know, you do not want to talk to or mess with Roronoa Zoro. He's like an evil guy. He's a monster. And then we meet him, and he's actually a decent guy. Now, Loki doesn't seem like so much of a decent guy. Like, he's not eating the onigiri off the floor like Zoro did. But we have hints. We have hints of, like, he's not, like, totally an evil, horrible person. Okay? He definitely has a mean streak. Loki's not, he's not a goody two-shoes. This guy, and based on the lore we know, this guy did murder somebody. Probably more than one person. But he almost, to me, I get the vibe that he's misunderstood, and I feel like we're going to get that more and more over the arc. He also has a sense of honor, like, not, you know, he's not compromising with the Celestial Dragons. He'd rather die, and he's displayed that now more than once. With Luffy, it's not clear how much he's lying to Luffy or trying to trick him, but it could be that he's being honest with him, and then there's, like, a degree of honor there, too. I don't know. I get the vibe that Loki's a misunderstood bad guy, and that he's going to be one of the central focuses of this arc that's going to have a big character growth moment. I don't think he's going to be a bad guy. I thought he was at the beginning. It's clear that it's not him now. It's going to be Shamrock. Shamrock's the villain of this arc. It's got to be Shamrock, and then Gunko, and then whoever the third guy that's going to come in. That's probably going to be the Zoro. So it's going to be Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, Shamrock, Gunko, and then whoever the third guy is, I'm assuming, is going to be the matchups for this. But, yeah. Yeah, I love Loki. I think he's really cool. So I'm expecting big things from this character. I don't think he's dead, obviously. No, Oda doesn't kill anybody. So, you know, Loki didn't die this chapter, but we'll get there. So Loki's like the big... Every time we get to a page with him on it, I'm in. I'm locked in. So, starting the chapter with a Loki scene is big, because the last few chapters, Oda has been saving that for the end. This time he started it with Loki. That means that whatever's coming after has to be even more important than this. And as we all know now, it was way more important. But just to say, this is a banger chapter. If you're starting with Loki, the chapter's a banger. So we got this guy here. Interesting thing about the evil twin. I was actually considering making a video about this, and then the theory got disproven with the last chapter. Not this one. 1137 disproved the video I was going to make, so I ended up not making it. But I had a fan of the channel email me. They sent me a really nice email. They prefer to remain nameless, but you know who you are. If you're watching the stream, you know who you are. And they emailed me a very nice email talking about one of my older videos and a theory I had in that video and how it might be related to what's going on right now. It ended up not being, like, it inspired this whole theory that I had, and it ended up not being true, unfortunately, so I didn't end up making the video. But I'll share it with you guys if you were interested in just hearing what my thought process was 3 weeks ago, before we found out the guy is Shanks' brother and his name is Shamrock. Let me just get to these super chats real quick. Rainstorm, thank you for the $10, my friend. I believe the looming figure has the wings and flames of the Lunarians, the mane of the Minx, and the horns of the ancient giants. This is the moon god, which Loki has and mistakes, I guess, for the sun god, and Blackbeard's final power. That's really interesting. And I'm assuming you're talking about the mural at the end of the chapter. So we'll get there. I'm going to come back to this once we get to that mural. Izaz, thank you so much for the 100, bro. That's really nice of you. You didn't have to do that. I appreciate it, bro. He said, Mom's birthday, so I'm sharing the love. Happy birthday to your mom, bro. I hope she has a wonderful day. I hope you have a great day celebrating with her. I hope the stream doesn't take up too much time from that, but I appreciate it greatly. He said, easily the best One Piece YouTuber, upper echelon. Happy to be your 100th. Greetings from NYC, brother. Shout outs, man. I'll be there to see you get to 100k. Consider popping in your head to the next reverie. Wonder if Sham gets defeated this arc. I think he will not get defeated. I think he's going to get saved for the very end to a degree. I think he's going to get his ass kicked, but he's not going to be gone. In regards to the reverie, I will. So even though I'm not doing the channel regularly, the good thing about the reverie is that they happen very rarely. And it's just one day, you know? So I have no problem. I will be showing up to the, as long as I'm invited, I will be at the reverie. Like, even if I'm not making videos regularly, if I get the invite, if I'm, you know, if I'm informed about when it's happening, which I think I'm still on Twitter, like in the chats and stuff that where we coordinate events like this. As long as it happens and I'm invited, I'll be there. So don't worry about that. I will be at the reveries. And maybe some other big streams, you know? But that's up to everyone who hosts them to invite me. I'm not going to be doing any like hosting of big streams myself. Unless, like, let's say I got nominated to do a reverie or something. But I don't know if that would be a smart move. Just because I don't really, my channel is not really active. But, you know, I'll be at the other ones. So, where were we? Okay, so the Shamrock theory that I had, and the idea that the person in the email shared with me, was that, so I don't know if you guys watched my, I think it was the Pirate Island, the Mystery of Pirate Island video, and how Rox, or Roger stole something from Rox's island. And we were talking about this in the video, and I mentioned how one of the Celestial Dragons, who was a God Knight, one of the Celestial Dragons who appeared at God Valley, in the God Valley flashback. Let me see if I can find this chapter. Here. Okay. I don't have to find the chapter. I found the Wikipedia page, though. Oh, I also realized I don't have the chapter up. Here you go. Sorry. Alright, so we have, I've been, like, pointing to things on the page, and I realize it's not on stream. Stupid me. Okay, so we have the Man-Meyer family, right? Or Man-Meyer. And these people appeared in the God Valley flashback, where, you know, we saw the whole Rox crew land on the shore. This is one of the God Knights. This God Knight, at the time, I said, looks suspiciously like York, the Vegapunk York. And I thought, that's interesting. Why does the one Vegapunk that wants to be a Celestial Dragon share an appearance with an actual Celestial Dragon? Because this basically looks like York to me. I don't know if anyone else sees it. The shape face, the tongue, yeah, I get York vibes from this character. So I was like, why is it that they look so similar? What is the coincidence? So maybe Vegapunk based his clone design on an existing person. He based it on a Celestial Dragon, and that kind of carried over to York's desires. So then the person who emailed me pointed out that Gunko, she looks a lot like Lilith. Right? Gunko looks... I don't know if it's going to turn out that Gunko has white hair also, but she looks a lot like Lilith. And she has the hair covering one eye, kind of similarly. There's a lot of, like, similarities in their design as well. So it's like, what's going on? We have two God Knights now that look like two of the Vegapunks. Okay, so did Vegapunk intentionally copy the looks of Celestial Dragons when he made his clones? And then that extends... You know, that extends to other things too, because it's like, well, you know, he made Stussy, who was a copy of a Rox pirate. What other clones did Vegapunk make? So I was thinking that maybe this Shanks is not a twin brother of Shanks, is not some kind of like, it's not Shanks himself, it's not his brother. I thought that it was a clone of Shanks, and it was like a Celestial Dragon clone, or maybe this is the original, and then the Shanks that we know was like a clone of this guy. or something. That was like the thought process I was going on. Obviously, that's not true now. It's confirmed that he is Shanks's twin, older twin. But, you know, the idea was there, and I still think there's something suspicious about, like, the visual similarities between at least Lilith and York and Man-Mayer and Gunko. So, you know, something to think about. I don't know if that's going to amount to anything. But, you know, at the very least, Shamrock is a real person. Yeah, that could have been it too, Blazeries. It could have been that they were Garling clones, right? Like, like, Shamrock was a clone of Garling that Vegapunk was, like, commissioned to make. But he describes himself in this chapter as his twin brother. So I'm not sure. Give me 1 sec. I have to get some water. My throat's a little bit dry from all the talking. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. All right. So, give me a sec. All right, so definitely something interesting about the clone stuff. I think that's still going to be relevant. There's no way the clone thing gets introduced for Egghead and then it's like dropped and irrelevant from the rest of the story. I think Oda was clearly setting up something there, like that's going to be important later. Cuz like yeah, okay, he cloned Stussy and perhaps cloned Weevil from like Newgate. Maybe Weevil's like a failed clone, but like is that it? That's the you're introducing an entire element of the story, like the idea of clones, and you're just gonna like limit it to a couple of characters and then just like every version of yourself. I don't know if it stops there. I feel like there has to be more to that, right? It could be that Blackbeard is a clone of somebody. I don't know. There's got to be some important, big, like kick in the nuts moment that's gonna come later where it's like, actually, I'm a clone of this person. So it's not gonna be the case with Shamrock probably, but it is gonna be the case with somebody, and I feel like Oda didn't introduce that for no reason, so worth thinking about regarding this character here. But, you know, clone theories, yeah, clone theories are the worst. Yeah, I'm kind of with you. I feel like just making everything a clone, you're in some pretty cheesy territory. That being said, evil twin is kind of cheese territory as well, if we're gonna be honest, okay? Shanks having an evil twin, as much as I hype the idea, and I like that we have an excuse to have a Shanks lookalike do bad things on screen, okay? In a way, I almost prefer the clone explanation to just being an evil twin. You know? Yeah. I don't know which one's worse. I really don't know. Like, I'm the clone of Shanks and I'm evil. Okay, well, you're a clone and, like, maybe you were engineered to, like, be a weapon or something. Understandable. But it's just like, oh, yeah, you didn't know? Shanks has a twin that, you know, looks exactly like him, except he's evil. I'm evil, demon time Shanks. And I'm here. I'm here to cause mayhem and havoc in Shanks' territory because I'm evil. Oh, what's that, Luffy? I spit on your dream. Your hat sucks because I'm evil. I'm Shanks, except evil. Come on. Really? Really? Like really, Oda? Are we like, I don't know. Look, I'm gonna keep an open mind. I'm gonna go into it with like you know, like, let's see where it goes. I'll give Oda the chance to cook. I'm not gonna like rip on him. I'm not gonna say that this is like a fraud writer moment or anything, because I've seen people react way more negatively. I'm not doing that. But I'm just gonna say, like, on paper, yeah, exactly, Reverse. We really got Spanx. Like, the joke of like Spanx or like some like type of like evil Shanks copy, like, that's been a meme, you know, and now it's real. So, like, you know, on paper, that idea is very corny. And it's like, oh, man, this is Luffy's hero, except he's an evil twin. Come on. Like, so it would have been more interesting if it was actually Shanks or something, you know? I think the reason people were so, like, if you look back at, like, the Reverie arc and we had Shanks, or what we thought was Shanks, communicating with the Gorosei in that room, right? Think back to that moment. Why was that moment such a big deal? When we saw Shanks talking to the Gorosei. The reason it was a big deal is because we thought it was Shanks. Because it's like, what reason could Shanks have to be here? Why are they talking to him? Why do they allow him in the room? What is he talking to them about? Could Shanks have an ulterior motive? No. It's actually just an evil version of Shanks, who, you know, does all the evil shit, and the normal Shanks is squeaky clean. So, you know, in retrospect, that moment's kind of like, it takes a hit in terms of impact, but, hey, I'm happy. So here's the positive in my eyes. Here's what the positives are of evil Shanks, okay? This is going to be one of the best fights in the story. Luffy versus Shamrock is going to be game-changing for One Piece fights. This is the part that, like, makes me think, okay, even if it's corny, I can see why Oda wanted to do this. Because on one hand, Shanks is such a cool character. And he has this intimidating... Like, when Shanks wants to be scary, he can be fucking terrifying. And he can be ruthless and cold. We saw that in Chapter 1. Shanks can be cold as fuck on a moment's notice. On a drop of a hat, Shanks goes into, like, cold killer mode. And then we saw with Bartolomeo, right? We saw what happened with Eustace Kid. When Eustace Kid raided Elbaf, absolutely ruthless. We saw what happened with Bartolomeo. Shanks, he taught him a lesson. We don't know what's up. What happened to Bardo? Is he alive? He probably is alive. But, like, that's still a brutal punishment, you know? Shanks does not fuck around. So Oda has always written Shanks as this character who's larger than life, who's this kind of, like, hidden legend, absolute, like, kind of stereotypical anime cool guy, wise man, beast mode. Like, I don't know how else to describe. Shanks is everything. He's such a good character, and when he wants to be cool and intimidating, he can. The problem with Shanks is that he's so ingrained in Luffy's, like, motivation in this story, and, like, Luffy's dream, and he's, like, Luffy's personal hero. Everything Luffy does is, like, in a way a reflection of what Shanks would do. So I understand why Oda would not want to take a character like that, who's so important to Luffy, whose messages and whose actions are so critical to the way the whole story is played out. Oda doesn't want to take that character and turn him into just some other evil, snickering villain, you know, like villain of the week. Haha! You didn't know this, Luffy, but the whole time I was actually evil and manipulating you. And I actually want to destroy the world and keep everyone enslaved, and your dreams were all a sham, and I used you because I wanted you to have the Nika fruit and cause a lot of problems for the world government that I could have stopped years in advance. Like, I know why Oda didn't want to go that route. And he wanted to take that character, that template, and put it in like a bad guy format and play with that. But he didn't want to ruin Shanks. So what's the best way to do that? You make a copy of Shanks. You give him a twin brother, and you have the twin brother basically just be Shanks, but evil. Right? So we have an excuse now for like Luffy and Shanks to fight. Because I don't think Luffy and Shanks really have a good reason to go all out and fight each other. And I don't think there would be enough of a motive or enough of a threat to give any stakes. Like, even if Luffy and Shanks did fight, and it was like some sort of like, I'll give you the last road poneglyph if you win. You know, let's fight for the last road poneglyph, or fight to see if you're worthy to give back the Straw Hat. There still wouldn't be enough like tension or high stakes or like, you know? So Oda needs like to give a scenario where Luffy fights Shanks that doesn't involve ruining Shanks' character. That's where Shamrock comes in. He looks exactly like Shanks. He has a sword that looks exactly like Shanks' sword. He doesn't seem to have a devil fruit power. The sword seems to have a power, though, which is interesting. We'll get to Cerberus in a second. But yeah, I see where Oda's going for. And this is why I like the idea, because you know, okay, Shamrock and Luffy are fighting in Elbaf. This arc, that fight's gonna happen. It's gotta happen. It's gotta happen. And because of how much faith Luffy has in Shanks, and how much Luffy basically loves Shanks, he's not prepared for this villain. Maybe physically, with Gear 5, he's prepared for the fight. Mentally, he's not prepared. And this is the one villain in the story that could do this. This is what I love about it, because there's the question of, like, after Egghead and after Wano, it's like, how do you beat Gear 5? What, like, Gear 5 is just going to be the be-all, end-all answer to any villain. He just turns him into an accordion. He paints a tunnel on the wall. He drops an anvil on their head. Okay, but what's next? What do we do to make Luffy's fights interesting from now on? Here's what you do. You mind-fuck Luffy. You give him a total trip. You trip him up mentally. How do you do that? Have him fight his hero, his idol, the one man in the world he looks up to. We saw Loki smack talk Shanks for a brief second, just a few chapters ago. Without any warning, Luffy comes flying in with Snake Man and tries to put a hole in Loki's face. Okay? Luffy gets really, really pissed if you put any shame on Shanks' name. If you try and smack talk Shanks at all, if you pull a Higuma and you smash a bottle over Shanks' head, metaphorically, Luffy is coming for that ass. No question, no hesitation. So what happens now? Because even in this chapter, Luffy was saying, like, he was assuming, well, that couldn't have been Shanks. Everyone thinks it's Shanks that attacked West Castle. Is that how you pronounce it? Or Uest Castle? Luffy's like, I couldn't have been Shanks. Shanks wouldn't do that. Maybe it's someone that looks like him. And it's pretty funny because that explanation would be like the dumb explanation. It's like, no, it couldn't be him. It has to be someone that looks exactly like him. But Luffy's right, it is. It is someone that looks exactly like Shanks. The average person wouldn't think so. The dumb explanation is actually the correct explanation. Pause. What's up, Dill? I didn't see you there. Yo, good to see you, brother. Happy that you were able to make it to the stream today. Yeah, so Luffy's explanation was right. There is someone that looks exactly like Shanks. And then when they said, well, he did all this bad shit, and Luffy said, Well, if the guy looks exactly like Shanks, he must be a good guy, because Shanks is a good guy. I like Shanks. So whoever this guy is that looks like Shanks is probably good too. Couldn't be more wrong. And this tells us where Luffy's mind is at. We see with Loki that Luffy at the drop of a hat is ready to fight over Shanks' name, over anything bringing shame to Shanks. And in another panel, we see that Luffy is already assuming that there's someone that looks like Shanks and he's a good guy because of his likeness. Wrong. This is what's going to be crazy, is when Luffy, and probably next chapter or even the chapter after that, because it looks like Shamrock is going to take some kids hostage. Maybe next chapter we get the confrontation. Luffy and Shamrock face to face is going to be a huge mindfuck for Luffy. This guy's going to look like Shanks. He's going to be doing awful, evil shit. And Luffy's going to have to... He's going to have to internalize the fact that his hero and his idol, someone that looks like him, and that in a way represents him, is doing all this terrible shit. He's bringing, essentially... He's ruining and putting dirt on the image that Luffy has of his hero. And I don't think we're going to see a more angry Luffy. You know what I mean? Like, I'm pretty sure we're going to see one of the angriest versions of Luffy we have ever seen in the upcoming fight. This is going to be really, really angry Luffy versus basically evil Shanks. Tell me not. That fight's going to be incredible. That's got to be an insanely good fight. Like, there's no way that's not going to be one of the best fights ever. And it might potentially start within the next, like, 5 chapters. We'll see. I have high hopes. And this is why I'm not harping on the evil Shanks thing. You know? Because while evil Shanks is corny on paper, the scenario that's being created now because of evil Shanks has so much potential. It's so ripe for, like, great fights, great moments, great one-liners, serious Luffy, which a lot of people have been begging for, okay? A lot of you guys out there that don't like Gear 5, you've been begging for serious Luffy for a minute now. This is how you get it. Serious Luffy happens here. Shamrock is how you get serious Luffy. So, we have a recipe for something truly gourmet coming up in this arc. Vid, thank you for the $5. Bro, you're the first person that came to mind after reading this chapter. Happy to see you streaming, man. Hope all is well. Thank you. I'm happy that you were able to make it to the stream, bro, and I appreciate that you thought of me when reading this chapter. I hope that what we talk about, because when we get to the last page today, we're going to hang on that for a minute. I hope that what we talk about today is, you know, gives you some ideas, is entertaining for you. Thank you, brother. Royalty asks, Evil Shanks makes sense. How is it corny? A celestial dragon having more than one kid just makes sense. I agree with that. For me, it's more so that he, like, looks and fights so much like Shanks. Like, the fact that he has a sword that looks just like Griffin. He wears, like, the black cloak. He has the, like, yeah, with the hood off, he does have, like, a different hairstyle. But it's just, like, the fact that they're, like, twins, you know? It's not even that it's evil Shanks. It's that they're, like, he's, like, an evil twin. Specifically, evil twin is, like, that's rough, you know? Because Shanks could have a brother that doesn't look exactly like Shanks. Like, he doesn't have the same face. You know, he could look a little bit different. The fact that they're twins is what gets me, because I don't know if you know this, but the evil twin trope is, like, one of the most overdone, corny tropes in, like, all of fiction. Like, you get a character that's, like, a hero, and then there's a guy that looks exactly like him doing bad shit, and everyone's like, what's going on? And then it's the same, and then the guy takes off the mask, and it's the exact same character. Like, it looks identical, except he has, like, an evil pointy mustache, you know? Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, just imagine Shanks, but, like, with, like, an evil twisty mustache. He's like, meh, I'm evil Shanks. You know, like, that like, Wario, he's fucking Wario. Okay, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's Wario, he's Shanks's Wario. You know? So it's corny in that respect, but because of the potential for how that evolves in the story, I'm going to give it a pass. I'm going to say, okay, let's run with the evil Shanks thing. There's some potential for some cool shit here. So I'll take it. Anyway, let's move on. This is interesting. Shanks went to the Holy Land. At one point, he did return to the Holy Land, but it seems he grew too attached to the filthy world of the surface. When did this happen? I gotta know. When did this shit happen, guys? Was it after the Roger Pirates? Was it when Shanks went on his own? Was he a kid at the time? Was he an adult? If he returned to the Holy Land, was he allowed to return or was he rejected? Right? Did they reject him because he was too attached, or did he voluntarily leave? Did he go up there to just see what it was like? What even compelled Shanks? Given what Shanks knows, right? Because he's saying that he grew too attached to the filthy world of the surface. So that implies it wasn't like a young kid Shanks. It wasn't like a baby Shanks. This had to be a Shanks that lived on the surface for a portion of his life. This is probably Shanks either during or after being on the Roger Pirates. Now, given what the Roger Pirates went through and what they've learned, even though Shanks wasn't there to see the One Piece, they still had a full awareness of what the world government was, the slavery, everything. Shanks knew about all that. Shanks knew about all the Celestial Dragon garbage. So, my question is, why did Shanks go back? Like, even if it was for a day, what compelled him to return to the Holy Land? Right? Did he go there just to meet his father, like to see where he came from? Did he go there because because of his bloodline, he was one of the only pirates in the world with the special privilege of seeing the Holy Land and learning what's truly happening there? And then after seeing what happened there, he said, I'm out. This is horrible. I know what we have to fight against. Maybe. I don't know. This is a very big question, though. This is almost dropped like in passing, and you wouldn't think about it much because of all the other crazy shit in this chapter, but this is a big deal to me. Why would he return, even for a little bit? Loki hates both of them. I'm waiting on Eustace Kid to show up and team up with Loki. He clearly has a vendetta against Shanks and people that look like Shanks. Eustace Kid does not know about Shamrock. I'm wondering how Kid's reaction is going to be when he meets Shamrock. That's also going to be a big deal. He might think it's Shanks and try and get revenge. I think Kid and Loki are going to team up. I think this is the perfect team up. Loki offered Luffy to help him kill any pirate of his choosing should Luffy free Loki from his chains. If Eustace Kid comes to Loki and gets offered the same thing, and then they both find out that Kid and Loki both realize, wait, we both hate Shanks. Interesting. Okay, so I'll free you, and then we get revenge on Shanks together. That's a team up. That's a team up right there. If Kid and Loki team up, that's going to be the big Kid development in the story. So his redemption, in a sense, will happen there. And maybe they don't get to fight Shanks, but they do get to fight Shamrock, and maybe they do something with that. Emoji, what's up? By the way, Hidden, you were saying you love Loki earlier, and I feel the same way. He's one of the most interesting characters we've met in ages. I agree. It's like I wasn't anticipating a character like this. I thought it was going to be just some like typical royalty character, like a Rebecca, like a Vivi, like a King Riku type character. But then it turned out no. Loki is a much bigger deal than that, and he's very gray area in terms of like morality and allegiances. So I like that a lot. I like that Oda's kind of like leaning into the trickster aspects. So here we go. We got Cerberus. I don't have much to say about Cerberus. I think it's interesting. It does answer a few questions. Number one, Blackbeard does not have the Cerberus power. A lot of people have, like, sat on that idea for a while. I'm not gonna lie, I've sat on that idea I've thought that was a very likely possibility for a long time. I don't think Blackbeard has the Cerberus power now, and the Cerberus power is in his sword. However, there's also a I don't think Oda would reuse Cerberus. This is not introduced as a devil fruit, though, right? So this is not a devil fruit power. This is just a devil. And the reason I'm saying it's just a devil, it's related to the mural at the end of the chapter. I think the end of the chapter tells us a lot how devil fruits were made. And I believe what's going on here is this is the actual Cerberus. This is the actual devil named Cerberus, and it's either inside Shamrock's sword, or it's part of Shamrock and he's able to infuse his sword with the Cerberus power. Maybe Cerberus is Shamrock's power in general. Maybe he can turn into it too. I don't know. But if this demon exists, because it's not given a devil fruit name, it's just introduced by name, just like the Gorosei transformations were. That's what gets me, right? We don't see that any other place except for the Gorosei. It comes out with the black flames. This, in my opinion, is just a real demon. It's not a devil fruit. And he has it in the sword. And this is the actual Cerberus. Why I think Blackbeard doesn't have the power is because, as far as we can tell so far, if the demon power exists, there's no devil fruit. And my assumption is that the only way a devil fruit is made is by taking this power and putting the power into a fruit. But because this is not a devil fruit already, this is the only Cerberus that exists. It is not inside a devil fruit. So because we have it here, there's no Cerberus devil fruit. It just doesn't exist. Because the demon is still active. It's not captured in a devil fruit or whatever. It's kind of like a Pokemon. If you want to think of it that way, you could think of the devil fruits like Pokeballs. Okay? And you have all these, especially for the Zoan and mythical Zoan fruits. I imagine it as these fruits have captured these demonic or like ancient deity or whatever animal creature powers, and they've been captured and placed into the fruits so that whoever eats the fruit can gain the power. And I think that if the demon, just like the raw demon, is out there without any devil fruit title or anything, I think that means it's a demon that has not been placed into a fruit yet. So there is no Cerberus fruit, there's no Gyuki fruit, there's no Sandworm fruit. None of the Gorosei powers have a devil fruit. They're the raw demon. It's just straight up. So that's how I feel about what's going on here. If it's in the sword only, then it's weird, because then how did the sword get the demon power? Was it granted to just the sword? Like, what's going on there? I don't know. Very cool, though. Very, very interesting. Very cool ability. It's my biting blade. We see that there's no scar. Oda's been hiding that. He's been teasing that. Now we get the confirmation. He doesn't have Shanks' scar. This is cool. I would be shitting my pants. Cerberus is terrifying. This is really an awesome ability. Launching its heads, I think, is a little bit silly, but it's like on brand for Oda. It's very cool. I also think Gunko's power, since we didn't get to talk about the last chapters, I think this power is really cool. The arrow ability. It kind of reminds me of Eames' thing that Eames stabbed Cobra and Sabo with. That arrow-like tail thing. I kind of get a reminder of that here. What I wonder is it possible that Imu's powers are an amalgamation of all these different abilities? Like, do all these demon powers exist in one? Is Imu an all-for-one situation? Could be. Benjamin, thank you for the €6, bro. He said Zoro gonna take the sword because he's the king of hell. You think Zoro could take this sword? I don't think so, because he only uses katana, and this isn't a katana. But it's a cool idea. I like the Cerberus Zoro sword idea. It would be nice for Zoro to have some kind of power on his blades, but then at the same time, it kind of takes away from his like swordsmanship. Like he's just like a true swordsman. There's no like gimmick, and I think that's how he needs to stay. But yeah, back to the Emu thing. I think Emu could have like an all-for-one type power where it's like Emu is like this demon king or demon lord that has all the devil powers in one. So this arrow thing is just one of Emu's abilities. Maybe. Obviously, this is how dogs used to hunt in the ancient past. It's funny because that's what I was thinking about when I saw that. I was thinking about like Wano and King and Queen using their like animal powers in like a stupid way. King like stretching his head back. Rubik's, what's up, bro? Thank you for the 2. He said maybe a devil is the final form of a cursed blade. Interesting. Maybe like all cursed blades have like a devil inside them, and then they can transform if you like access them deeply enough. That's a cool idea. That's a cool idea. I like that. Yeah, Loki is in a bad spot here. Feel free to hunt me down anytime. I'll face you then, assuming you survive this. He's got to survive this. I saw... Who did I see ask this? ABK said, how is Loki going to survive the attack? I'll tell you how. He's going to survive the attack by being a character in Oda's manga. That's how people survive anything. If you are an important character in Oda's story, you do not die. You are free from worrying about death, unless you are Ace. And then like everyone else, you know, I know I'm exaggerating here, but he's not dead. He's not dead. We didn't even see Loki's devil fruit power yet. Loki has this insane mythical devil fruit that he stole from his dad. He has some crazy power. We don't even know what it is yet. He's been tied up to a tree since we met him for like 5 chapters. Oda's not killing him here. So, he definitely survives. How exactly? I guess he just walks it off. He just, you know. Yeah, you know, the stab wounds I was able to heal because it was so cold and it froze the wounds shut. I don't know. So they're going to take children hostage. The Celestial Dragons are dicks as usual. What a surprise. Let's see. What do we got? So this is what I was talking about with Luffy. Luffy doesn't buy that Shanks would do any of this stuff. And he's clearly already getting worked up over the idea that there's like a Shanks walking around the island doing terrible shit. He's assuming the best. He's saying, oh, it was a lookalike. Shanks' brother. Oh, this is what it was. Luffy was like, Shanks' brother? If Shanks has a brother, well, if he has one, he'd probably be a nice guy too, right? This is the setup for Luffy going apeshit. Because, oh, fuck, I forgot to talk about this. Who's this guy? Is this Shiki? We have some guy pulling up right now outside of the castle. Is it Shiki? Is it Scopper? If it is Scopper, I guess it would make sense to be Scopper, right? I was going to say because the hair looks blonde, but I just realized that by this point, Scopper has to be really old. So that's probably like white hair, like his like old man white hair, not like Shiki blonde. So it's probably Scopper. It's probably Scopper. Old man Scopper. But it could be Shiki too. I'm not going to rule that out. If it's Scopper, there's so much more to this arc. We're going to have Luffy versus Shamrock. We're going to have another connection to the Roger crew. We're going to have... Scopper's probably going to have to talk about the mural and like... We're going to get some Void Sentry info. A lot could happen here. It really just depends on who this guy is. If it's Louis Arnott or whatever, or Arnott, I'm less hype. I think it's interesting. I'm interested to see what that guy would have to say, how he lived like 200 years or whatever. But if it's like in order of like significance and hype factor, I would say the most hype is Scopper. Second most hype is Shiki. Third most hype is Louis. So I'm hoping, yeah, I hope it's not Louis, like Eden said. I feel like I'm more leaning towards... I think Scopper would be the most interesting. And I think Oda is going to go for that. He's going to go for the most interesting, like, plot twist type of thing. This is, you know, whatever. This page is not crazy interesting. Now they're talking about the mural that's written on the side of the tree that was drawn during the Void Century. Let's get to talking about this, guys. It was probably just some kid's dream. Could this be related to Luffy's dream? There were definitely times where the races of the world clashed, but this kind of cooperation is unheard of. Everyone coming together, working together for some purpose. Maybe it was someone's dream. Joy Boy's dream? Could this be related to Luffy's dream? I think this is Oda giving us a little hint as to what Luffy's real dream is. I don't have that much to say on Luffy's dream, but it does come to mind here. I do think Oda's like sprinkling in a little bit of like, hey, think about this. What could Luffy's dream be? Well, this is a hint. What's on the mural? Let's talk about what's on the mural. So, let's start here with what Saul says. Actually, give me 30 seconds, and we're gonna dive into what everyone came to the stream for. We're gonna talk about the last page and all the prophecy, and we're gonna pick it apart. So, give me 30 seconds, and we'll get right to it. All right. All right, you guys ready? You guys ready? Let's talk about it. So, what everyone wants to talk about with this chapter, for good reason, is this last page and a half. And the reason being, as you all know, and this is what I consider this last page to be. This is the biggest lore dump in the entire story. This week, we got the single biggest lore dump in the history of One Piece. This is by far the craziest, most informative look into the past that we've ever got in One Piece. So, as far as I'm concerned, this last page and a half is the closest we've gotten in this story to a Void Century flashback. Never got anything like this. We might as well be reading off of the poneglyphs right now, ourselves. Insane. I'll tell you this, when I was reading the chapter yesterday, I was going through it, I was like, yeah, this is great. I was fucking floored. When I turned the page and I saw this, dude, I was not ready. You know, to the average reader who's not like gonna analyze, like, I know a lot of people, one of my close friends got caught up recently. He told me, he's like, yeah, this last page, this last page didn't like do for me what I know it does for you. Like, yeah, it was really cool. It's like a nice little lore dump, but like, you know, I'm not the type to like really break down and analyze the story. So like, it was a cool last page, but like, you know, whatever. It's nice to get a look into the history. I know there's a lot of people out there that probably read this page and they were like, yeah, this is awesome. We get a look into the Void Century. You know, not going to spend too much time picking everything apart. But for us, like really like diehard fans that are gonna like any page that happens, we're gonna pick it apart. This is a fucking gold mine. This is a gold mine of a page, and you could I could make an hour-long video on this page alone. Am I going to? No promises, but because I'm sure everyone else is gonna do it. I know everyone else is gonna do it. This is not something that it's like I'm the only one that realized how important this. Everyone knows how important this page is. Everyone knows what the symbolism, like everyone can pick it apart. So we'll talk about I'll give you the full breakdown of this on stream right now. We'll talk about all of it. Okay? But let's start here. So, one thing that was clarified for us in a previous chapter was that the Void Century that happened between 900 and 800 years ago is not the first time. It's not the first time that it's happened. There's been a previous reset in a way. And we get that further clarified in this chapter that this is the second Void Century in a way. This is the second reset of the world that's happened. So, the world that we're currently in One Piece, and yes, it is reverse. We'll talk about that, but I picked up on that too. That is, we'll talk about the arc maxim. 100%, that's what it is. The narrative is split into 3 distinct sections. This is like what is it called? The Poetic Edda? Is that what the Norse mythological story is? Is that also split into... Is that split into 3? Maybe not. Maybe I'm just inserting that in there. But this book is clearly the book that Saul has pulled out is clearly based on the Poetic Edda from Norse, like the book and the stories that talk all about the Norse mythology that we know about now with Loki, Thor, Jormungandr, Ragnarok. All that's from the Edda. And what's it called in this? Is it called the Harley? So in this, the Edda is called the Harley. And from it, we learn that the current era of One Piece, where all the characters live, this is the third world. This is the third time. This is the third version of the world. There's been 2 other versions that have come before, and there's been 2 resets that have happened that led us to where we're at now. So, let's talk about this. Legends of Nika have spread silently all over the world. The only thing they have in common is that he appears with a booming laugh to this beat. And it's interesting because all the warriors of Elbaf believe in very different versions of the sun god, because you can interpret these words differently. And as we're going to see on the last page, it's very vague. It's extremely vague, and it's not something that is like easy to just interpret cut and dry. This is what happened. Also, what's up, Lee J? I hope you've been well, brother. It's been a minute. Good to see you in here. There's going to be a great theory era of videos over this panel. Everyone rushing to get theirs out. That's why I feel like if I take my time, like I'm going to get the video out and everyone's going to put out like 15 videos before me and I'm not going to get to say anything new. That's kind of what I'm worried about, because I know that all of YouTube is going to pick this apart. This is that big that everyone's going to pick it apart. Okay, so what's interesting is that there's different interpretations of the sun god, which explains why Loki has been doing what he's doing. He considers himself the sun god. And it also means that whatever different interpretation there is of the sun god could explain why Loki thinks his power is the sun god's power, right? What could Loki's power be that is similar enough to the description of the sun god we're about to read that he would confuse it for the sun god's power, right? Because think about this. Whatever has led Loki to interpret his power as the sun god's ability and other people to misinterpret it as that, whatever has caused that is in this page, essentially. This is the legend of Nika that is being interpreted in many different ways. So what power does Loki have that, based on these 3 paragraphs, he's misinterpreted to be Nika's power? We're going to discuss that, because I think Loki's devil fruit is on this page. His power is here. We'll get there. So, let's just... I'll start by reading this aloud, like Robin. And then we're going to talk about what's actually there. The first world. The earth burned in endless flame and the hearts of men. The earth burned in endless flame and in the hearts of men burned with desire. From whispered prayers, the sun god rose, beckoned by the enslaved who reached for the forbidden star. The god of the land was enraged. With a serpent of fire, they cast the world into ruin. Darkness fell. Death reigned. They would not meet again. The second world. A breath stirred in the abyss. The god of the forest wove their magic, nurturing its devils, while the sun lit the embers of war. Those of the half-crescent and the full moons dreamed. Yet the ones who slew the sun deified themselves, evoking the wrath of the sea god. They would not meet again. The third world. Chaos reigns. The world drifts in a void. Yet time does not erase the memory of the promised day. Its shadow looms as the voice of the half-moon echoes through the ages. And once more, the sun god shall rise, laughing, dancing, guiding the world to its final act. The sun is reborn, a new dawn will break. Surely, this time, they will meet. Okay. All right. I kind of want to do something I think would be interesting. Let's open paint.net. We're gonna do like a drawing board type of thing. We're gonna actually we're gonna highlight things in this image. So, how should I do this? Is it? Let's see. Can I get? Nope. Damn it. Give me a sorry. Hold on. How do I... It's been a while since I've used this. How do I change what window? Is this just capturing desktop? Fuck. Okay, hold on. Display. Properties. Okay. There we go. Alright, so we have the whole thing pulled up here, right? I'm sorry, my face is gone, but, you know, I hope this will be enough. I just want to make it big and blown up so we can all read along and follow along, alright? So, let's start with... Where should we start? We have so many places to start. I guess we'll start with the text and interpret what the text is referring to. Alright, so the first world. Okay. Let's actually delineate what happens when. So. Oh, this is too small. Alright. Oh, let me do this on another layer so that I don't right over the image. Fuck. Okay. Alright, this is present day, obviously. This is present day. Pre-void century. This void century happens here. First, I hope this is legible in any way, whatever. This is the reset that happened prior to this void. So there's the pre-void century world. This was also preceded by another reset. The reason I don't think this is the void century itself, I see Monkey Stan asking, why is this not the void century? Because this is the second world. Okay? Each world is marked by a void that happens before and after. There's a reset that happens, then a world comes about, and then it's reset again. So the void century does not happen. The second world isn't the void century. The second world is the world before the void century and leading up to the void century. Then the void century happens, which is still the second world, but during that void century, the reset happens that brings us into the third world. You see? So I actually kind of want to use a different color. I should have done different colors here. Just because of the descriptions. So let's actually do red for this first one. Alright, well, you already know it's the first world. Original. Alright, so this is the original world. And then you get the pre-void century world. I'm going to do green, because green is important. Red is important for this. Green's important for this. And blue is important for this. Why? We'll get to that in a second. Let's talk about this. So, from the description, the first world is a world of fire. Okay? This is a world of fire. The second world is a world of land and plants and earth. So, land, forest. And the third world is a world of water. Okay? This is very important because I know you're having a stroke. This is I just want to clarify what is being explained to us here, because I think this is very important, because there's an order of events that happened in the way that the world was decided, or the way that the world progressed up until now. So you had a world that was like covered in flame, and this is the world that I guess the sun god was born in, the first instance of the sun god. So the earth burned in endless flame. In the hearts of men burned with desire. From whispered prayers the sun god rose, beckoned by the enslaved who reach for their forbidden star. So this world of fire is the world that first created the sun god. However, the god of the land was enraged, and with the serpent of fire they cast the world into ruin. The god of the land. So you have a world of fire that angers the god of the land, and the world is cast into ruin, I guess, by the god of the land. So now you have a world of fire that's followed by a world of land, presumably, right? Think about this. You have a world of fire here, And it's depicted, I think the depictions underneath follow which world they're corresponding to. Fire. All this fire, you have all these smokestacks and what look like skyscrapers and buildings and machines creating smoke. It's a world of energy, a world of fire, a world of machinery, a world of like steel and turning gears and you know, all these mechanical things and creations that rely on firepower. But it angers the god of the land, and this world is destroyed. So what is the second world? The second world is created by the god of the forest and the god of the land. So now you have all this land, and what grows on land? It's plants, plant life. So most of the world pre-Void Century was a world that probably was full of all these plants. And we've talked about this in on my channel many times before. The devil fruit theories, the green line video, right? I think the green line is still possible. The fact that the red line was once lush and covered in plant life is very possible, and I think it's a result of this second world here. This is a world of plant life, of forests, of land. Okay? But what happens to the second world? They evoke the wrath of the sea god. So now it's not the land god that's angry, it's the sea god that's angry. And the world, the second world, this world of land, is now flooded. And now we are currently in the third world, a world of water, where all that land that was in the second world is now under the sea. And now we have a world of water because of the sea god. So there's a sequence of events here. There's a sun god that starts everything. There's a fire god that starts everything. Angers the god of the land. The god of the land resets everything. We have a second world that's based on the land. The sea god's angry, resets everything. Now we have a third world that's based on the sea. And now the sun god is going to return. So what could this be trying to say? Well, let's get rid of, now that we have that out of the way, let's get rid of all this crap here. And now let's start analyzing the other bits of the text, okay? Let's try and figure out what all of this could be referring to, because it's very cryptic. So what exactly are we talking about here? Let's see. Sun God rose. This is obviously Nika. The enslaved, they probably, as we can see in this mural below, it's very likely the world ran on slave power of some kind. So they wished for the sun god. They wished to be saved from their slavery. So the sun god was born from that. Okay? God of the land was enraged with a serpent of fire. Serpent of fire is interesting. What could the serpent of fire be? Well, we've talked about the red line before. We've talked about how the red line is a giant red continent. The people of Elbaf refer to it as the great serpent soaked in blood, right? As far as that's how the theory goes. When I talked about this originally, I still hang on to this idea. They believe the red line is the great serpent soaked in blood. Well, where does land come from, right? Land it starts as molten rock, right? You don't just get, an island doesn't just drop out of the sky. It's not like the land just pops up there. It has to be formed by molten rock. Volcanoes shoot up molten rock, and then the rock solidifies, and you get a piece of land. That's how that works. So at one point, the red line had to have been, when it was first created, probably, had to have been molten. It had to have been on fire, according to this legend. So the red line at one point was a giant ring of molten rock that was either formed around the world intentionally, or it was some kind of creature that created it. But there was, it was probably the god of the land that did this. If I had to assume anything, the god of the land was so enraged that he created the serpent of fire, right? And that serpent of fire is probably the red line itself. So, you know, the land was created when it was first formed. It was molten, so that's where the on fire comes from. So this first world is detailing to us, in a way, the creation of the red line, and where the red line came from, and why it came about, and where the sun god came from, and why he came about. And what they mean by the world burning in endless flame, I'm not sure. But my interpretation of this is not that the world was on fire. I don't think the world was on fire. I think what it means is that the world was powered by fire. Everything that was happening in the world was based on or run by this sort of like fire-powered technology, this energy-based technology. So we have the mother flame, right, which is supposed to be this infinite source of energy. It's possible that what we're seeing here, all these little stars and things like that, are little versions of that mother flame. Or it could be a spiritual, physical form of their desire, because we learned from Vegapunk that devil fruits and everything was born of desire. So in the hearts of men burned with desire. So desire is being equated with fire here as well. So what are they carrying in this mural? All these presumably slaves working away in these machine factories and all these big mechanisms. It looks like they are either carrying some kind of like flame or energy, or maybe it's their physical desire that they're placing into objects. But it's probably a world that was like powered by fire. Everything was fueled by firepower, by coal, you know, in the way that we do today in our world. Our world is a world that runs on fire, essentially, in a way, because we have nuclear reactors, we have coal-powered and oil-powered technology, and that's probably what they had here. You can see the smokestacks, you can see the gears turning and all this stuff. So this angered a god of the land. Who is the god of the land? We don't know. But they were angry, and as a result of this, created what I presume to be the red line. Now, why would the red line be an apt punishment for this world? Let's try and think about this for a second. What is the red line actually accomplishing? Well, let's say the world didn't have the red line. In the first world, maybe they didn't have the red line yet. Could it be that it's because they were all so unified and they had such ready access to land that they were able to like work together to create all this energy and all this great technology? But as a punishment for this, the god of the land created the red line and essentially separated the people of the world in some way. So I'm thinking of it as a Tower of Babel situation. Also, something I gotta clarify here. What we know is the Void Century, okay? Let's I can just write it. 800 years ago. This is 800 years ago. Right here where I've marked, this is the 800-year mark. So we've been so focused on the Void Century here at the 800-year mark that all of this is new. This is all new. So this is all before 800 years ago. My interpretation is that this is the 800-year mark right here. All this is pre-800 years. Okay? So I believe this passage, I think it's like a Tower of Babel situation where the environment was, maybe it's because the environment was being destroyed, Elia. I like that idea too. Maybe because of this firepower, they were destroying the environment, they were killing the earth. It was a world of fire, and that world of fire was destroying all of the earth, all the life on the earth, all the plants, everything was getting destroyed. This angered the god of the land. The god of the land punished them by creating a massive continental wall of fire that would separate people from each other, make it difficult to do all this business, and probably a lot of the land in the world went into creating that wall, so they lost all the resources that they would have used to power their energy or to power their machines. This energy, it's all probably trapped in the red line or something like that, and the red line served as like a Tower of Babel thing where it's like, you guys have gone too far, I'm going to split you up amongst the earth, you're going to be reset by this great wall that I'm building. So I think this is the origin of the red line, and the red line happens here. This is probably at some indistinct time in the past, like indescript, like maybe like 3,000. It could be 3,000 years ago. It could be even further back than that. It could be 10,000 years ago. But this is a long time ago. This happened. This is way, way before the Void Century. Okay. So we have that. Now we have the second world. Now this is the world that we are more familiar with in terms of speaking of the Void Century stuff. The civilization where, when we talk about the Void Century and the advanced ancient kingdom and the civilization of the Void Century, we're talking about the second world. Okay? So this is a world that was it was full of land, probably. It was full of plant life. There was forests, and there were plants, and there was islands and countries and continents everywhere. I would say the second world is a lot more comparable, probably, to our world. Like, if you think about planet Earth is mostly water, but we have quite a lot of land on Earth. We have a lot of land, you know? We don't have to go everywhere on boats. I would say the second world is probably comparable to planet Earth. And you have some water here, you have some land there, you have, at this point, the red line has solidified, and you have the big red line separating the world, but it's still, you know, pretty recognizable place. So who are we talking? This is a big one. Who are we talking about in the second world? So what happens in the second world that is important? Well, first off, big one. A breath stirred in the abyss. The god of the forest wove their magic, nurturing its devils, while the sun lit the embers of war. Bingo. Okay? You all know what this means. This is when devil fruits were created. Devil fruits were created in the second world. As far as we can tell, they did not exist. Devil fruits did not exist in the first world. Devil fruits came here. Here. A breath stirred in the abyss. The god of the forest wove their magic, nurturing its devils. This tree in the middle, we don't know what tree this is. It could be the sunlight tree Eve. I think that's possible. It could be the tree on Elbaf. Devil fruits came about during this time from some great tree, and you can see right about here, if you can see where I'm drawing this arrow, you see this little spirit ball? If we're assuming this is like some kind of spirit that they were using in the first world, there's some kind of spirit ball here that's coming off of the tree. So it seems like what I was saying in my devil fruit theory about like this tree, this big tree of life that they put like spirits into to create devil fruits, that might not be too far off the mark. And it's in the second world that this great devil fruit tree was created and all these devil fruit powers came about, while the sun lit the embers of war. Okay? So what's interesting about this is that in the first world, we get the birth of the sun god here. The sun god comes about, Nika comes about for the first time. However, Nika was not defeated here. As far as we tell, it does not sound like Nika was defeated at the end of this story in the first world. He rose, and the god of the land cast the world into ruin, but it says nothing about Nika being defeated. As a matter of fact, the sun is still being referenced in the second world. So it's possible that Nika survived the first world, what happened here, and it's either in the second world, either through the creation of devil fruits or some other thing that happened, that he was preserved. Now, I could go on a crazy tangent with this. I could go on a crazy tangent here because you think about what... this is where we're going to go crazy. You guys ready? So, the sun lit the embers of war. So the sun god is still around. Devil fruits came about. Okay? This is the origin of devil fruits. And the sun god is starting some kind of war in this time. This is going to be the war of the Void Century that comes about here. Now, we have some groups mentioned that we have to talk about. We can identify these groups. Those of the half crescent who are those of the half crescent? And they're listed alongside those of the full moons. So these two groups, the half crescent people and the full moon people, are listed in conjunction. Kozuki and the Minx. The Kozuki are the crescent, and the full moon is the Minx, right? Think about it. The Kozuki identify themselves with the crescent moon, and the Minx transform at the full moon into Sulong. The Minx and the Kozuki are deeply tied together. They've been allies for as long as history goes back. So the groups in question are the Kozuki and the Minx, right here. But we're not done yet. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. Yet the ones who slew the sun deified themselves, evoking the wrath of the sea god. Who on earth are they talking about here? I'll tell you. Lunarians. We have the Kozuki here. We have the Minx here. We have the Lunarians here. The ones who slew the sun deified themselves, evoking the wrath of the sea god. Now, I know that the instinct is to say it's the world government. The reason I don't think it's the world government is because the ones who slew the sun evoked the wrath of the sea god. But it's not the sea god that sunk the world. Or rather, it's not the sea god that was opposed to the world government. As far as we know, the world government are the ones responsible for sinking the world in water. It's Emu using the ancient weapons that has sunk the world in water. It could be that Emu is the sea god, right? So to me, when I think of the ones that slew the sun deified themselves, well, we know that the Lunarians, okay? We know the Lunarians were considered gods as well. They once lived on top of the red line. So we know that the red line existed in the second world. As we clarified, it was created here. Lunarians lived on top of the red line in the second world. They deified themselves. They were known to be as gods, according to Newgate, at least, in legend. And they had command over fire. They were able to command fire. Why could Lunarians command fire? I don't know. But it might have something to do with this mention that they slew the sun. They had some conquering of the sun, or it managed to harness some of the sun's ability and create this ever-burning flame that exists on their back and their body that helps them regenerate. So, ever-burning flame, we're getting back to the mother flame. So there is this link between the mother flame, an endless source of energy, and the Lunarians. The Lunarians possessed an endless source of fire that would burn on their bodies, right? The mother flame is essentially trying to recreate the sun, and the Lunarians, the Lunarians have a fire that never goes out, and it forever burns, essentially, and regenerates them. So, my thought is that the Lunarians somehow acquired the abilities of fire. They acquired some sun-like abilities, and they became these kind of deities because of it, and they evoked the wrath of the sea god, and then the world was flooded. And in the Lunarians' place, they were replaced by the world government, who plopped their kingdom right on top of the Lunarian homeland. And it was because of this that we have the world government located where the Lunarians were. All the Lunarians were hunted out. They were hunted down. So I think my theory is that this is referring to the Lunarians. And something about the Lunarians led directly to the conflict that caused the War of the Void Century. Because there's the big burning question is, why did the war even start? Why did the Void Century War start? There had to have been some motive for the 20 kings to gang up together and fight against the old world order. And if the Lunarians were viewed as gods, if they lived on top of the red line before the world government, if they had harnessed this power of like infinite sun or energy or fire, they would probably be one of the most powerful forces in the world. The Lunarians. I mean, we see it now with Vegapunk, right? Vegapunk talks about the Seraphim as they are going to be the most powerful forces on the sea. The Seraphim are the strongest things on the sea. I've created the greatest weapon. Well, if you had a whole tribe of people who lived as gods, who harnessed the power of fire in the ancient world, and they were all Lunarians, I mean, you had an army of Seraphim, basically. They had to have been the most powerful people on the planet. They have to have been. So, in my opinion, the Lunarians must have been, to some degree, the ruling or one of the major powers of the world. And something that the Lunarians did, possibly in reference to the sun god, maybe they didn't defeat him, but we talked about this also in my devil fruit theory, right? The idea that Nika his powers were placed into a devil fruit. And we have the tree that came about during the second world. We have all the forests and the plant life that came about in the second world. And we talked about in that green line video, if you guys remember, I talked about how the Lunarians, I personally believe that the Lunarians had a deep tie to botany. I think the Lunarians were heavily involved with plants and botany, and they made a lot of plants. Because you see, King, right? King had this like olive vine tattooed on the side of his face, and his name was Albur or Arbor in Japanese, which could be interpreted in a different way as kind of like a word for like tree, right? There's the Skypians, who they lived in the sky and they worshipped Verth. They worshipped the dirt that came up to the sky because it had the potential to grow plants, something that they could not do in Skypia because you couldn't grow plants on the clouds. So they worshipped dirt itself because of its life-giving properties, because of its ability to grow plants. So the Lunarians came from the moon, presumably, if we're to believe the Enel mural that he saw when he went to the moon. So the Lunarians came to Earth, and they landed on, let's say, the red line. Well, this red line is a whole lot of dirt. It's a giant continent of land, of rock, of dirt. Prime real estate for growing plants. And just like the Skypians created tools, right? They had shells. The Skypians used shells, and they would store things in shells, like heat. They would store energy. They would store sound. They would store air and farts into shells. And what do shells have? They have those spirals, those swirls. And all the technology in Skypia is based around these shells. Well, what if the Lunarians based all their technology around botany, and you have the devil fruits with the swirls on them and the spirals on them, and the Lunarians, similarly to how the shells were used, the dials, right, my fault. The Lunarians' version of the dials were devil fruits. They would use all the tools and powers and abilities they could possibly want. They could store inside of the fruits and use in a way like dials. So my theory is that the Lunarians were very botany focused, and they had some involvement. If the Nika powers are currently in a devil fruit, that means at some point either Nika was placed into a devil fruit or he died and his soul was placed into a devil fruit. Were the Lunarians responsible for that? Who knows? That's something to think about. Could that have started the war? Who knows? These are the questions we have to ask, and I think that it's the ones who slew the sun deified themselves, evoking the wrath of the sea god. I will acknowledge that slaying the sun is a very world government sounding thing because Nika was defeated during the Void Century, but I'm not able to let go of the idea of like, well, we also have another group that was referred to as deities. They had powers, sun-like powers. They lived on top of the red line, and they were replaced by the current world government. The world government did not rule in the second world. They rule in the third world. So there had to be some other ruling power that evoked the wrath of the sea god, right? If the sea god flooded the world, And I saw someone mention that the sea god is Poseidon. I saw a few people say that. I get that, but it doesn't seem like Poseidon is the reason the world is covered in water right now. Right? It seems almost like the world was flooded by a mass use of ancient weapons during the Void Century. I get it. Poseidon is one of the ancient weapons, but there's 2 other ancient weapons. Would Poseidon have willingly, being on the good guy's side, would Poseidon have willingly flooded the entire planet? I don't think so. I think the flooding was because we saw Emu talk to the Gorosei and say it's time for another great cleansing. That implies that Emu was responsible for the previous cleansing, the previous reset. Emu, if this is to be believed, then Emu is the sea god in this context, because Emu is the one who blasted the world with Pluton a ton of times. Emu is the one who raised the sea level, who reset the world and caused another cleansing. It wasn't Poseidon, right? So I think that if Emu is the sea god in question, and this goes back to the whole, like, if you take the word emu, I know in Japanese it would be mui because it's the syllables, but like if you were to write out emu in English, and I do not put this past Oda, I don't put this past Oda at all, but like if you were to just reverse the word emu, the English letters, it reads umi. Oda can read English characters, okay? Japanese people can read it. In Japan, you'll find like Latin characters, English characters everywhere. You'll see they know how to read the English alphabet. So he knows how to spell emu. Okay? I guarantee you that's not just out of nowhere. I think there's some more to it. If you take emu and put it backwards, it's umi. That means sea. So it's possible that Emu is the sea god itself. And the sea god, it was Emu's wrath against the Lunarians that destroyed them, sank the world, and then replaced the Lunarians on top of the world. And now we're in the 3rd world. Okay? So, and Ether, that's what I said. I just said it would be Mui if you took the Japanese characters and wrote it backwards. I'm talking about the English characters. The Japanese characters are E and Mu. So writing it backwards would put Mu first. It would be Mui, right? But that's not what I think. Oda knows. Oda knows, he knows how to read English, okay? He's maybe not fluent in English, but he can read English characters. He knows how emu is spelt. I wouldn't put it past him to do that sort of like reverse thing there. So I think it's possible that Emu is the god of the sea, and Emu is like based on that, like I know it's kind of a stretch, but I do think that is what's going on, and I think that Emu is the sea god in question that sank the world and wiped out the Lunarians as punishment. And we're now currently in the 3rd world, where chaos reigns, the age of pirates. This is chaos. The world drifts in a void. The world is like stuck in a mystery. It knows nothing about the state that it's in, knows nothing about the Void Century. Emu has kept it hidden. Time does not erase the memory of the promised day. Its shadow looms. And I think its shadow, I think that this is the D clan. Or, well, the shadow and this. So, its shadow looms as the voice of the half moon echoes throughout the ages. So, big detail here, guys. So we have the crescent moon, the half crescent, and we have the full moon. The Kozuki are the half crescent, the Minks are the full moon. Now the half crescent is different from the half moon, okay? There's 2 different things being talked about here. The crescent moon, as you can imagine, is the crescent. It looks like a croissant. It's like the curve, right? That's a crescent moon. That's a half crescent. A half moon, however, would be just half the circle illuminated. In other words, the shape of a D. And this is so funny. I was floored, but I was totally ready to write off my theory. I couldn't believe it. If you guys go back on my channel and you watch my One Piece video, the greatest One Piece theory ever made, a very ostentatious title, but if you go back and watch my video, in 2021, I believe, I predicted, it was 2021 or 2022, early 2022, I predicted that the D clan was not meant to be read as a D, but the D was a symbol to mean the half moon. And I believe that the D clan is the half moon clan. I predicted this 3 years ago, guys. Is it true, though? Is it true? Did I call it? Did I fucking call it, boys? Did I call it? Is the D clan the half moon clan? I might have been the only one, because I don't think I've ever seen anyone else call that. So I'm just gonna say here, the D clan have been described by Doflamingo as hiding in the shadows of history, and they say the half moon echoes through the ages. This is the D clan, guys. The half moon clan. Go back and watch that video. If this is blowing your mind, go back and watch my video I made years ago. I think a lot of it still holds up really well, and I'm not the type to usually pop off when I call something in a theory. Like if I get a theory right, I'm not one to like gloat about it, but give me this one opportunity just in this scenario, because I think that this call out was such a hard call out, like years in advance. And I remember that everybody was saying the D was like the smile, and it's what a smile looks like when you turn it sideways, or the D stood for something like dream or desire or devil. Everyone was doing all this stuff. And I remember feeling like I was being kind of a hipster at the time. I was like, I think it's like the half moon. I think it's a symbol for the half moon, but I feel like this sounds like a little bit out there, and I feel like I'm putting it out there just to be kind of different in a way, like, because everyone said all this other stuff. Are people going to hate this idea? Are people going to call it stupid? And I'm just, allow me to gloat a little bit here. I called it. So, whatever. I'm just going to put it out there. Let's go. D clan. I think this is the D clan being spoken about here, and I'm excited to see where that goes, because does that mean the D clan came from the moon? Does that mean they have some relation? I see Football said TCB translation is wrong. There's no mention of a half crescent moon. Both instances are just half moon, but I love your theory. If that's true, then, you know, whatever. And then in that case, I might not be right, but we'll have to see. I think that's another thing that I have to put a footnote here, is that we have to wait for the official translation on Sunday. This is TCB's translation. So there could be things that are translated differently on Sunday, and they might change. With something as vague and cryptic as this, it'll completely change the interpretation of what's actually being shown and said here. But yeah, so the question is, I guess after all this, because the third world, we don't have much to pick apart. I guess aside from the D clan, I think this is the D clan being mentioned here. The sun god shall rise, laughing, dancing, guiding the world to its final act. This is talking about Luffy, as we now know. The sun is reborn, a new dawn will break. Surely, this is the big part, surely this time they will meet. Who is they? In all three instances, they talk about they will meet. They would not meet again. They would not meet again. Who are we talking about? Who is they? Who is they? The gods? Could it be? That's an interesting idea. This one I couldn't crack. I couldn't think about this. Is it the god of the sea, the god of the land, the god of the sun, the god of the forest? Could that be it? Now let me ask you this. What were the gods that were said in the Skypiea, the Shandoran flashback where she's getting sacrificed? She mentions a bunch of god. I think she mentions the gods of the rain, the god of the forest, the god of the sky, or the god of the sun. I think a bunch of gods were mentioned. Forest, sky, rain, and sun. Yeah, that's it. So we have the god of the forest mentioned here. We obviously have the sun god. We don't have the god of the sky or the god of the land mentioned here. And we do have the god of the sea. So is that the god of rain also? I don't know. It could be that there's 4 gods and none of the gods have met again, I guess. I'm not sure. This is the part I'm still very, like, unsure about. So now that we've covered the passages, so, like, just as a quick recap, world of fire, followed by world of land, followed by world of water. These ancient people that are probably, we have no idea what they are or who they are or what race or tribe they belong to. But then we have the Kozuki, the Minks. It could be, I mean, we don't see any giants or anything like that here. You know, there's a thought here, you know. This is something interesting to think about, and it just kind of hit me now while I was looking at this. But don't you notice something? If this is supposed to be the first world, if all of this is the first world, don't you notice something about this compared to this? Where are all the races? Where are all the races of One Piece? Think about that for a second. Now, I missed some super chats. I'm sorry, guys. Let me get to those. I think I missed only from Vid and Ben Benjamin. Vid, thank you for the $5, bro. He said, got a dip, but the tree's branches equals King's face tat. Oh, very nice. Okay, I see that. Nika's sword and shield equals Zoro and Sanji. I like that as well. I like that idea a lot. Like the wings of the Pirate King, in a way, can be viewed as that sword and shield. That is very fitting. Benjamin, thank you for the 250. Said Hidden has observation hockey. Thank you, bro. I hope so. I hope I'm right about that. I think that'd be really cool. I think the Half Moon Clan idea is a really interesting idea. So that's, you know, I'm all on board for that being true, if it ends up being true. So yeah. So where are all the races of One Piece? Right? Because it looks like here it's all humans. Now you have one angel. However, my interpretation of this is that the angels, if there are angels in a biblical sense or whatever, if there are demons and creatures, there's probably also angels. If we don't want to go with the religious interpretation of it, we could also look at this. The moon, right? If in this era, if in the first world, this was a world with only humans, there was no other different tribes and races and people, it was all humans, and then the only different race was Lunarians, or people, or winged people from the moon. They had to have come from another planet. So it was the winged people that came from the moon, and on the planet, on the blue planet, it was all humans. Because it looks like at this point in time, it was purely just humans. There was no one else. But then you have the second world, which serves kind of as a dividing line. Oh, did I miss your super chat, Rubik's? I'm sorry. I have to... Give me a sec. I have to... It went past where I can actually scroll back up. So give me 1 sec. Let me pull that up. Okay, I see it now. Apologies, bro. Thank you for the $5. He said, Rubik said, what I'm wondering is why there is no straw hat imagery in the mural. Seems to be a symbol that should have been from that time. Maybe Frankie is covering it. I think that's a really cool idea that Frankie is standing in front of the straw hat. I love that. I didn't even think of that. But I was asking myself the same question when I was reading this. I was like, where is the straw hat in this image? It should be here somewhere. You would think that maybe Nico would be wearing it or whatever, but he's not. Oh, did I miss Did I miss your super chat too, Nick? You said same here. I'm not sure if that's referring to me missing a super chat. Let me check. I did. Okay, I did miss yours. Apologies as well. Thank you for the $2, Nick. I appreciate it, man. He said, do you think the God Knights know about Emu? Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. They probably got their powers directly from Emu, if I had to guess. Those guys are in the know. They have to be. Yeah, so you have the second world that's kind of a dividing line between this first world that was like all human, and then if you notice, on the other side of the tree, which is where the third world begins, or where the second world kind of leads into the third world, this is where you get all the different races. You have the Minks here. You have the Lunarians here. You have the Ancient Giants. You have the Normal Giants. You have the Fishmen. You have the Tontada. You have literally all the races. This is like they're all represented on this side of the mural. So that means there was like kind of a dividing point where at one point it was all humans, and then suddenly you have this explosion of these different races and beings that came out from this second world era, essentially, where you had all these different types of people and mystical powers and magical things and devil fruits all kind of came about during the second world. But they're nowhere to be found in the first world. So, you know, there's something to be said about that. Could it be that all the different races of One Piece were like created as a result of the same magic that created the devil fruits? It was like people, in my opinion, it could be like people desiring to be a certain way, so they became that way. People desired to be really big and large, so they became giants. People desired and wished to be able to swim in the ocean like the fish, and they became fishmen. Like, is that how that happened? And could it have been as a result of this tree as well? Like, is that how it happened? So that's something interesting to point out. Another thing that we got to talk about is what we're seeing right here. Let me trace the outline of this. Does this not look to you guys like some kind of ship? It looks to me like a ship. It looks to me like some big ship. Like a Pluton kind of ship. And I don't know if this is being done intentionally for scale, but this right here is very clearly the Noah. This is the Noah right here. And we know it's the Noah because, as you can see, walking up to the Noah on this image are two of each animal. There's two people, there's two sheep, there's two giraffes or horses or whatever. We have animals in pairs of twos walking towards the Noah. So that's clearly the Noah's Ark. This is the Noah right here. Does that mean if this thing is a ship, is that how big it is compared to the Noah? Is this 5 times the size of the Noah? Isn't that insane? That's massive. That's massive. So could this be, and you have all the gears towards the bottom where the rudder and the rotors would be on the ship. Like, this seems to me like a big mechanical ship. And I think it's possible. Yeah, the Noah is bigger than Fishman Island, right? So just think about how big that would have to be. If this is all one big ship and it dwarfs the Noah in size, this ship would have to be insanely large. It could be Pluton. This could be like some kind of Pluton thing. So that's something that came to mind. It could also be just a representation of what, you know, like a factory, a giant factory or something like that. I'm not sure. But that came to mind. You have the Noah here. And then you have another, it's interesting, you have another arc. You have the Noah arc here, and then you have you have the arc Maxim. This is so clearly the Ark Maxim. A flying ark with the same structure and the propellers attached to the top. It has oars coming out the sides, just like the Maxim, and it has a bolt of lightning striking down from the boat. This is the Ark Maxim. So what does that imply? Because I thought Enel built the Ark Maxim. But it seems now like he found the Ark Maxim and just repaired it. It doesn't seem like Enel built it from scratch. It seems to me like Enel found the Ark Maxim and he repaired it with the gold that he found. So, could it be? Was it built from scratch? Was it clarified that it was built from scratch? Because unless there's blueprints lying around, I don't know how you built like a 1-to-1 replica of the Ark Maxim. Because this is the Ark Maxim clearly being depicted, and not only is the Ark Maxim from way in the past, it seems like the Ark Maxim goes back all the way to the first world. It's like the first world that the Ark Maxim... This is an old-ass ship. It could have come from the moon. It could have come from Burka culture. Yeah, that's possible. That's possible. This could be the original Pluton, and maybe, yeah, you're right. It could be that. This could be Pluton, and then the Ark Maxim is like a shittier recreation of Pluton. I believe that. I believe that, Nomad. Yeah, if there are blueprints for Pluton, why not the Maxim? It could be that we're confusing the two. It could be that the Maxim is basically just a diet Pluton, and this is the original Pluton. That's possible. It is shooting a laser down. It's also possible that this is all the second world and we're equating the Noah with the first world, possibly, and that the Noah was built around the time of the second world along with all these other races that show up next to the tree. This is all showing what the second world looked like, while all of this from this side is the first world, just humans and factories and fire. And then it's when the second world happens, when the Lunarians come down, you have the Ark getting made, you have this kind of looks like Emu. If we're going to be honest, this looks a little bit like Emu. You have Pluton. In my opinion, this is definitely Emu. This has to be Emu. But this is like a human Emu, maybe at some point. I don't know. Clearly Emeth here. Here's a question for you guys. What is this? Anyone want to give any ideas? Any ideas on what this is? See, I thought Pluton possibly, and then I thought one of the like whales like Laboon, yeah. But this is a different kind of whale. Laboon is a Laboon is I believe he's a sperm whale, but I think this is the whale being pictured here looks like a blue whale or a like a humpback whale, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not good on whales, but that and it also looks like it's flying. It doesn't like you would think the whale would be down here with all the fishmen, but it's not. It's up in the sky, and there's people riding on its backs with spears. Yeah, so this is interesting. Yeah, so Rubik's, and you guys, and a couple of you guys mentioned it. The whale tree, right? This is the kind of thing that kind of, like, it came to my mind. I was like, didn't we see this in Zoe? The whale tree. Was the whale tree on Zoe alive at one point? Could it be that the tree in Laboon, or not the tree in Laboon, the tree in Zoe was turned into a tree? It was originally a living creature and they turned it into a tree. Something in the Void Century turned it into a tree. Carl, thank you for the 2 pounds. Appreciate it, bro. He said, they would not meet again refers to the seas. Oh, yes. That makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. It could be referring to like the all blue. They would not meet again. The waters, the seas would not meet again. I love that. That's a huge light bulb. Because if we're saying that the red line happened here, then the red line separated the seas in the first world. They would not meet again. And that would not be fixed in the second world, because the Lunarians lived on top of the red line. And since the Lunarians utilized the red line and they lived on top of it, the seas remained separated. So they would not meet again. And in the third world, the seas remain separated because the world government continues to live on top of the red line. So the seas are still separated. But surely, the world will become one piece again. Surely, Luffy and the return of the Sun God will destroy the great serpent of fire that destroyed the world in the first place. And the seas will be reconnected. Surely this time they will meet. I love that. I love that. One sea at peace. One sea at peace. The One Piece. Beautiful. Kind of looks like Loki. Yeah, I could see that. With the giant spear. The spear of Elbaf, possibly. Leviathan, thank you for the $5, my friend. It looks like Emu or some king is standing on top of Zunisha at the bottom right of the tree in the outline of the Noah. Huh. Oh, you've interpreted this as an elephant. You think this is an elephant? I could see it. I could see that. That's interesting. I didn't take it as Zunisha. I didn't see that as Zunisha at all. Now there's one final question that I have. Yeah, these are the Tontatas. I said that these are the Tontatas earlier. That's not. I think that's just another mink. These are the Tontata right here. And these are the samurai from Wano. Oh, look at that. You have the sword, the katana, and you have a shuriken. Is that the Alabasta flag? Is that supposed to be the Alabasta flag? Am I misremembering? That's the Nefertari sign, right? Yeah. Okay, so yeah, this is a clear depiction of all the sides here. These are all the people teaming up against yeah, where are the Kuja? Do you see the Kuja on here? Blazing Blue, thank you so much for the $10, bro. He said, if the third world is the final act, that means acts 1 and 2 are the first two worlds. Wano is a microcosm of this, even how Onigashima is an island for the third act, and Old Wano is flooded with walls. Interesting. I'm trying to... So Wano in Acts 1, 2, and 3 is a microcosm of that. So I see where you're getting at with the factories in Act 1, and then the Act 2 is... I guess I don't see exactly how it's like one-to-one, but I get what you're going for. I think it's interesting that they're separated into acts, and it's the same arc that introduced the Nika fruit to us. So I think that there's definitely some intentionality there. Old Wano is flooded. Yeah, I mean, that all makes sense to me. And Onigashima definitely has that kind of, like, going to the world government and declaring war kind of vibe. It's funny, too, because interpretations of Onigashima... if you ever played One Piece Pirate Warriors, in Pirate Warriors 4... they had to do the Wano arc and they had to do the Onigashima arc in the game, but the manga had not gotten up to Onigashima yet when the game came out. So the game didn't know what Onigashima would look like, and they had to interpret, they had to guess what Onigashima looked like. So in the game, the Pirate Warriors 4 Onigashima looks totally different to the one we got in actual One Piece manga. And it actually looks a lot like this. It has a lot of like these skyscrapers and smokestacks and shit on Onigashima in the game. I just think it's interesting. I don't know. I don't know if it means anything, but probably doesn't. Yeah, the last thing I want to ask about that I'm interested in knowing more. What are these? Right? What is this? These take up so much of the mural. They're such a big thing. This is obviously the Serpent of Fire, right? But then what's fighting the Serpent of Fire? Is this the god of forest or the god of land or something? Or is the Serpent of Fire the god of the land? Is this the god of the forest? And is this the god of the sea? Right? That could be the way that it's like interpreted. The serpent, the god of the land, and the Serpent of Fire talked about here is this. This caused the world. This led the world into ruin. The god of the forest nurtured the devils in the tree. This is the god of the forest on top of the tree. So the clear connection there. And then the sea god, right? The sea god leads the world into the third world and rules the world essentially, or cause the destruction of the second world. So is this the sea god? Land god, forest god, sea god, and then sun god. Is that what we're being told here? That's kind of what I'm interpreting it as. But then I have another question, right? Because if this is supposed to be Imu, then what happened to these guys? Right? If just one of these gods, like if this is Imu and this is like the sea god or something, and Imu alone is causing all this trouble for us, and it's like this is a big deal dealing with Imu. If that's the case, where are these guys at? What happened to them? Right? Because the sun god's back. He's gonna fight this guy. These guys are AFK. They're MIA. Where's the big serpent? Yeah, and then there's the idea that the next idea is, well, could these two guys be inside devil fruits? Right? Because this guy was inside of a devil fruit. The sun god was in a devil fruit. Imu is not. Imu, we know Imu's out and about. Imu has these powers. Are these two creatures, these other gods, inside devil fruits? Now you could say, is the great serpent the red line? Is he stuck in the red line? If the red line breaks, will this god get released? That's possible. Is this thing related to the devil fruit tree? I saw someone mention that. It could be stuck in the tree or something. But I think it would be interesting if at least one of these two creatures, one of them, either this one or this one, is inside of a devil fruit. And that devil fruit could either be Loki's power. So we were talking about this earlier in the stream. We were saying, because these verses are so open to interpretation, and because the giants have a different idea of what the sun god could be based on different interpretations of these verses. If that's the case, right? What has Loki misinterpreted from this page? What did Loki misinterpret and assume that he has the sun god's power, right? Something has been misinterpreted by Loki, and he thinks he has the power that Luffy has. What could it be? What could it be? It could be one of these two in devil fruit form. Right? Doesn't that make sense? It could be one of these two in devil fruit form. It could be some power related to the ancient giants. Loki could think he's this. As a matter of fact, I would say it's probably the most likely that Loki would misinterpret this, right? Because think about it. We know this is the sun god. But if you didn't know, if you didn't have the context of Luffy being the sun god, and if you had the context and the interpretation, well, oh, well, this is the god of the land, this is the god of the forest, okay, well then, who's this guy? This must be one of the other gods, right? Okay, well, if this is one of the other gods, well, this god is holding the sun. This god is holding the sun in his hand. So, this is maybe someone with the right interpretation or misinterpretation, you could say, could look at this image and instead of thinking that this guy is the sun god, could think that this guy is the sun god because this is the guy holding the sun. So maybe maybe Loki has a power related to this, and Loki thinks that this is the sun god and that he has the sun god's power when he doesn't. So there's that. Another question I have is this part, the Forbidden Star, right? What is the Forbidden Star? Well, I believe the Forbidden Star is one of two things. Very obviously, it's either the sun, obviously because the sun god, or it could be the moon. It could be the moon. It could also be like some kind of mother flame, like a false fake sun. That could be the Forbidden Star. But I think it's also possible because they talk about a Forbidden Star and then you see the moon up here. There's a moon. Well, that's not a star. That's a moon, right? We know that. But maybe they don't. And we see next to the moon there's all these little stars, right? So to the ancient people might have thought that all the stars in the sky up here were the same as this object. So they could have interpreted the moon as a type of star. And they could have said it was like the night star or something. I don't know. But the moon could have been interpreted back in the ancient days as some kind of star. And because winged sky people came down from the moon, well, it could be that those people were the ones that introduced all this technology to the people of the world. It could be that the sky people, that the slaves, the enslaved people reached out for was, this is describing the original Lunarians. Maybe the Lunarians come down from the moon, they bring all this technology with them, the world adopts this technology, humans adopt this technology, and they start building all these terrible weapons. The world falls into ruin. The Lunarians sit on top of the red line. They rule the world in the second world. And it ceases to be a world of men and it becomes a world of Lunarians. All this shit with the devil fruit happens. The world government rebels, tries to gang together to destroy them. And all the good guys lose, even though I don't know how they would be good guys in this context. Look at this. I love all the scribbles on this image. It's lovely. And then we get the third world, which is sunk in water, okay? So I think there's definitely a story being told here with the Lunarians, and the Forbidden Star could be the moon itself. It could be they created the mother flame. I don't know. But that's just another interpretation I want to throw out there. Yeah, there's this big stripe. I see what you said there, Just Dennis. There's this big stripe on the serpent. I don't know what this is. I'm not sure. And the X's too. What's the deal? There's something about this design. I don't know. Very weird. That's pretty much all I have for this. I guess this is a Sea King, I would assume. There's not really much else I can pick apart here. I'm sure if I looked into it more, I could find some stuff. But I feel like we covered everything pretty much. That stripe is also in the top right between the first and second verses. Ooh, okay, hold on. This one? You're talking about this, right? Interesting. What could be going on there? Hold on. Hold on. I think I see something. You guys might have put me onto something. Wait a second. Wait a second. Does this not look like another planet? And does this not look like another planet? Look at this. There's like 2 circles being covered up by the text boxes. There's the moon. There's the moon here, right? And then there's 2 other celestial bodies. This looks like another planet. And this looks like another planet. And this planet also has this stripe. Could this be a red line kind of thing on another planet? Apophis is a snake of hell and an asteroid. Interesting. Okay. Wait a second. So did all this stuff come from space? Is that a possibility? I missed a super chat? Hold on. Nanoland, thank you for the $2. Florian Triangle Monster equals endgame boss and mural. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I definitely... I've entertained the idea that Emu could have been related to the Florian Triangle monster. So yeah, I wouldn't doubt that. I think that similar enough, right? Big silhouette with evil-looking eyes. This doesn't look like a leaf. These look like they're part of the drawing. The roots stop here. If we like look at the roots, probably go like here. They go like here. They go around the image like this. You know? These are the borders of the image. So what this looks like to me, this looks like 2 planets as part of the image. I guess we'd have to wait for the anime to get here, because the anime is going to do this without these big boxes of text. The anime is just going to narrate it to us. So I think the anime is going to have to show us the full mural. Maybe we'll get a better look at it then. Is this Emu? That's another question to ask. Are these both the same person? Is this Emu and is this Emu? Something to think about. The Leviathan 46, thank you for the $5, my friend. He said, what do you think about this? Luffy, sun god. Loki, forest god. Or Adam tree correlation. I like that. Emu, sea or rain god. And then question mark, serpent or earth god. I like all of that. I think that all makes sense. I would be down with Loki. Yeah, I'll be down with Loki having a forest god fruit. It would make sense. Him having one of the god fruits would explain why he thinks he's the sun god, right? He could have misinterpreted that. Blazing Blue, thank you for the 5, bro. 2 minks above the giant and beside the whale. Is that top mink actually a space fox from Manel's cover story? That's a cool idea too. We do have the space foxes. They haven't been formally introduced into they're not formally introduced into the story, really. They're a cover story thing only, so I'd be surprised if Oda made them like a critical element, like, oh, there's also these alien fox people. I just look at this, the way I interpret this is this is a mink going Sulong. That's how I see it. That's a Sulong mink. It could also be the guardian deity of Wano. You know that wolf? The wolf that Yamato can turn into? This could be the original guardian deity. Yeah. Why are there raindrops on the flying whale? That's another good question. Is this the rain god, right? So many ways you could, like, pick this apart. We did cover a lot of it, though. So, at the risk of yapping for an extended period of time and repeating myself, I think that's a good spot to put a pin in all this. What's the angel next to the Noah? I interpret that as being the first... This is the first people who came down from the moon. The first winged people who came down from the moon. I think that's what this angel represents. So, yeah, I think there's a lot we can go off of here. I'm sure there's people that are going to come with their own interpretations of this. So I'll leave it to them to get into the details and the nitty-gritty. I hope... one last thing I want to talk about, which I think is interesting and worth mentioning. It seems like this god and this god are clashing. This fire, it doesn't seem to be coming from just this guy. It looks at first like it does, but it seems like they're both breathing fire at each other. These are opposed. So for whatever reason, these two don't like each other, or there was some conflict. I don't know. But they seem to be opposing forces in some way. And if this is the god of the land and this is the god of the forest or the sky or something, they seem to be opposed. And it would make sense why the god of the land and the god of the sky or whatever would be opposed to each other. Just in the name. Beatox, thank you so much for the 5. Could they mean gods? With dragon as a serpent, has similar tattoos, Blackbeard in the middle, we don't know his third devil fruit, and of course Luffy and Emu. I guess, I don't know if it's talking about the gods not meeting again, though. Because who cares if the gods meet again? Because this whole thing is talking about surely this time they will meet, like it's a big important thing. But clearly the gods are opposed to each other. This one is opposed to this. Like, look, the sun god and this whichever god this is, if it's the sea god, they don't like each other. These two don't like each other. So I don't know. I don't know if like would they have to meet again? It might be a bad thing if they meet again. It would cause a lot of destruction. So I'm not on board with that entirely. But I do appreciate the thought and the idea. I think that there's definitely some room for that to be the case. I just don't see why it would be the case right now. I feel like if anything, it's the gods that caused all the problems. The world was destroyed twice already because of the gods. It was the gods that destroyed the world multiple times and is trying to do it a third time now. So I don't know. Maybe they don't need to meet again. Maybe they need to be erased completely. All right. So, with that being said, I think that's a good place to put a pin in this discussion. I guess I'll take a little bit of time just to wrap up the stream and just talk to you guys. If anyone has any other ideas or questions, I know that I've missed like, I haven't reacted to like the last like 20 chapters. So if you guys had anything you wanted to ask me about One Piece or just talk to me about that stuff, I'm all ears. I'm down to talk a little bit, maybe another 10-20 minutes or so before we wrap up. Doesn't have to be One Piece. Any questions at all, I'm happy to answer. We can do some catch up because it's been a long time. You've been gaming at all? Excited about the next Monster Hunter? I am excited. I'm gonna be playing Monster Hunter Wilds. I love Monster Hunter. I've played a lot of them. I remember I played Monster Hunter Tri back on the Wii when you had to use the shitty Wiimote controls. It was so bad. But that's the game that got me really into Monster Hunter, believe it or not, because I didn't have a PSP. Yeah, I love Monster Hunter. I'm very excited for the new one. I've been trying to remain spoiler free. I've taken a look at some of the monsters, and a lot of them look really cool. But I've tried to go in as blind as possible. How's boxing going? I saw a couple people ask, did I start boxing again? Am I back to it? Yes, I am, actually. I started working out again since the year started. Yeah, I started working out again this year. I started hitting the bag again. I've only gone like twice now, but I started hitting the bag again last week, and I'm getting back into boxing. So we're gonna get back in shape. Done lazing around. Yeah, I'm taking care of myself. I'm trying to. Is Silk Song going to release this year? Not in your wildest dreams, bro. Maybe if we all pray long enough, we can conjure up Team Cherry to finish what they started. Because I can't imagine announcing a game and then what is it? Like, how long has it been? Has it been like 5-6 years at this point? That they haven't given a single update? You know? I don't know. I don't know. I love Hollow Knight, man. I love Hollow Knight. And I don't think we're going to get any Silk Song news. Here's the one caveat. Maybe it happens with the Switch 2. We got the Switch 2 announcement. They could be waiting for, like, I don't know. Maybe they want to put it on Switch 2 first. I have no idea. So, no Silk Song for a while, I think. We are going to get GTA 6 before Silk Song. We might even get Elder Scrolls 6 before Silk Song at this rate. Who knows? It's a sad reality. What else? Any other questions? I see the trailer for the new Yakuza game, basically a One-Piece RPG. Is that you're talking about the one where you play as a pirate, Majima? It looks okay. I think, you know, Yakuza's kind of become a little flanderized in my opinion. I love the series. I've played so many Yakuza games and I love all of them. And I feel like the further the series goes on, the more it becomes a little bit flanderized, where it's like a little bit too silly. Like they make everything now, it's like all a big joke or gimmick. Like you have Kiryu using like secret agent gadgets and like Inspector Gadget weaponry, and then you have like the RPG mechanics with Ichiban and Yakuza 7. And now you have Majima, like, you know, schizo pirate mode. Like, I don't know. To me, it feels like the Yakuza series has fallen away from what it used to be in terms of like the story and actually exploring like the life of Yakuza. It's become more of like it's the silly Japanese beat 'em up game now. Like you play as a Japanese gangster and you beat up people in silly scenarios with silly weapons, and it's all a big joke. That's what it feels like now, and it's very, yeah, it is very memey, and it wasn't always like that. Yakuza always had it always had humor. It always had a very unserious like undertone in it, you know, with like the homeless people. They built like a city underground, and you had all those, there was like funny moments throughout the Yakuza games. But the Yakuza games also had a big focus on what it means to be a Yakuza, the Yakuza life, being a gangster, the criminal organizations and the inner workings and the politics of the Yakuza. And there was serious drama happening constantly. And I feel like it's fallen away from that lately. So I'm not too interested in the new game as much as I'd like to be. Silk Song, Kingdom Hearts 4, shaking hands. Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 4 is never going to come out. You know, who knows? It's like a Half-Life 3 thing. You know, maybe not quite yet, but we'll get there. Reverse said, read Bink Sake lyrics alongside the text about the 3 worlds. Okay. All right, so let's pull up the lyrics here. You probably can't read it. Going to deliver Bink Sake, following the sea breeze, riding on the waves, far across the salty depths, the merry evening sun, the birds sing as they draw circles in the sky. Farewell to the harbor, to my old hometown. Let's all sing out with the dawn, all the ships sail, waves of gold and silver dissolve to salty spray, as we set sail to the ends of the sea. Ship to roost, flying the proud skull on our flags and sails. Now comes a storm through the far-off sky. Now the waves are dancing, beat upon the drums. If you lose your nerve, this breath could be your last, but if you just hold on, the morning sun will rise. I don't know if I see, is there any like major connections? I mean, this this to me, as I've always interpreted this as being like very, it's like a very disguised telling of like something related to Joy Boy or his life. But I don't really see, I don't see anything new. Like, I don't see anything new that I can extrapolate from this that, like, based on what we just read today. I'm trying to think. I guess surely they'll meet again. Surely there's going to be a moonlit night again. I could see that. The sun will rise again. Is there anything about meeting again? Waving our goodbyes, we'll never meet again. Where was that? Maybe it's... Oh yeah, there it is. Waving our goodbyes, we'll never meet again. Interesting. That has to... Yeah, no, you're right. That has to be... That has to be in some way a reference to the they never met again, or they would never meet again. Interesting. Interesting. I never picked up on that. Well, you know, we're getting it proven to us time and time again that Bing Sake is like one of the most important secret little lore things that Oda's like given to us in the story. I love that. Good catch. Good catch. I wonder if there's anything else in there that could, you know, line up. Dr. Umar's burner, thank you so much for the message, bro. The member's message. He said, wishing you the best on your new journey, fam. Thank you, man. I wish you the best in all your endeavors in life. And, you know, I'll be keeping you guys updated on anything, any big things that happen with me and my end. Any projects, anything, I'll help you guys find me if I start a new channel somewhere. Let's see, I saw some other questions. A bit of a personal question from Just Dennis. What do you do in life besides YouTube? Well, I'm a big video game guy, but that's like everyone likes video games. I like to read. I'm a big reader. I know that's like pretty generic, but you know, it's the truth. I like to read books. You know, I haven't had time for it as much as I'd like to, like in the last year, but every time I sit down, I pick up a book and I sit down with it, I will do nothing else. Like, I get so locked in to a good book, and that's something I just like to spend time doing, because I feel like I learn a lot, and a lot of literature connects to each other in some ways, especially like when you look at One Piece. You see all the references that One Piece makes to other works of literature and history and things like that. To me, it's like you know, a lot of why I'm able to like pick up on certain things is because I've spent a lot of time reading about stuff and like going out of my way to like research, or just I like to dive into like rabbit holes on things that interest me. So the last book I read, actually, I'm working on a book right now. I'm going to be starting the Brothers Karamazov very soon. And I just finished reading this month. I finished reading William Faulkner's it's not As I Lay Dying. I read that last year. Why am I blanking? The Sound and the Fury. I just finished reading The Sound and the Fury like a week or so ago, maybe two weeks ago now. The Sound and the Fury was an incredible book. That was probably one of the best books I've ever read. Very difficult read, though. It took me a solid, I would say it took me a solid week and a half probably to get through that book, and I was reading like it's just tough. It's written in a very hard to comprehend way, but the book itself, the story, the prose, it's all amazing. Really good. Yeah, I'm gonna start a new book soon. I've been meaning to start reading this book actually earlier, but I've just been busy. So that's what I do. I like to read on my free time. I guess, I mean, boxing, I used to be really into it. I haven't done it lately, but I'm starting to get back into it now. I have a little bit of a conspiracy theorist side to me, I guess. I'm not like a tinfoil hat kind of guy, but like if you give me like a good rabbit hole for like aliens or some shit, like diving into like, you know, like you give me some conspiracy theory and you support it with good information, I'll spend like the rest of the day just in that. I'm just going to be in that mode. I'm going to be thinking about it. I'm going to be exploring the idea. Um I don't know. It's just like a hobby kind of thing. Like I go tinfoil hat a lot. I go tinfoil hat a lot sometimes. Really, it depends. It depends. I'm a very it's weird, you know, man. I hate to say that I'm one of those like aliens people because I don't. Okay, so I'm not one of those people that sees like a weather balloon in the sky and assumes it's a UFO. I'm actually very skeptical. Anytime I see, because there's so many posts online of people trying to like pretend like, oh, this is a UFO sighting. They don't want to know. Or there's like people LARPing on 4chan like, I was working for the top secret agency in the U.S. government where we made first contact with UFOs, and this is the secret. I'm leaking this because I'm gonna die anyway, and it's, you know, I'm going out, so I might as well expose the truth. And they posted like a really grainy, shitty, blurry picture of like some egg. You know, like, have you seen the egg posts? I don't believe that shit. I find most stories to be implausible. There are a few stories I've heard that the stories line up with each other in a way that makes me question maybe there's some truth in there. But I do entertain the idea of aliens coming to Earth in some fashion. I just think, you know, and this is coming from a guy who has religious beliefs. I still believe that the world is very massive, and any god that would have created our world and the people on it would have also created life elsewhere in the universe. I think it's very narrow-minded to believe that the whole universe exists purely just for the life on Earth and this one planet. So I think any deity or god that exists, you know, would have created Earth and created humans and given humans the rules to follow on their little rock, and could have very easily created life elsewhere on some other rock. So, you know, this is coming from a guy with religious beliefs. I still believe aliens could exist out there. I think it's pretty likely that they exist. And the idea that they have visited us before is something I like to entertain. I don't go crazy with it. I think it's dangerous to go really crazy with the alien conspiracies, but I entertain the idea. And I entertain the idea, and if someone has a good alien story for me, or like some kind of like encounter story or something, even if I won't believe it 100%, I love to listen. I love to listen and just be like, it just gets the imagination going, you know? And it also elicits some kind of like a little bit of terror. It's just like the perfect mix. So if I ever write a book, one of the books that I write is going to be science fiction, and I'm going to touch on, I think I'm going to touch on aliens in some book that I write in the future. Because I have my own take. I have my own take on aliens. Yeah, I'll save that for the book if I do it. So, you know, that's a fun one. So yeah, what other things am I into? I guess. I mean, it's just all like media. Like, I like movies. I went to film school for a period of time. I wanted to make movies at one point. I think I've rationalized that with myself as just wanting to tell stories. It doesn't necessarily have to be through film. You know, I've always wanted to work in film. I wanted to be a filmmaker. I decided against it ultimately, which honestly, looking back, I regret. I wish I finished film school and stuck with that, because I switched to business, and I do not like business. I hated my office job. I hated my finance job. I kind of wish I went back. I wish I could go back and finish out my film degree. That's something that always haunts me. Like, always. But, you know, whatever. I don't have a film degree. I don't have the money to make a movie now. I don't have the connections to do anything with that, or to get a job on a set. So, you know, the next best thing, I could write. And I could tell my story on paper. And guess what? Writing is free. It costs no budget to write a book. You can write a book in MS Word, and that's all you need, and then there you go. And then you could tell. And the best part is about writing a book is you're not limited by special effects or budget or anything like that. If I want to tell a fantastical, insane story in writing, the only thing limiting me is my imagination and the words. So, for me, it's like, that's the next best thing. You do lose a visual element that's very important to me, and an audio element. I'm also big on music, and I've composed. I do like a lot of original compositions. I used to. So, soundtrack. That's why I wanted a movie, because it was like an amalgamation of all that stuff that I like. I like storytelling. I like good writing. Cinematography is super interesting to me. I love video editing. That's why I do it on YouTube. Music, and I love soundtracks and music theory. So like it was a combination of all that stuff. So I am very much into movies and film. I've watched a lot of movies. Specifically, I have like a penchant for westerns and cowboy movies. I like spaghetti westerns. I watched a lot of spaghetti westerns back in the day. I've seen like most of them that have been made, which is a shit ton. It isn't too late. Go back. It's kind of too late, man. I don't know. I don't have the money. I don't have the money to go to. I don't have a scholarship. I don't have the money to go to film school. I'm married now. There's possibly a child. There's possibly a little hidden on the horizon. I don't know yet, but like, that's on the table. Will I have the time and the energy? I'm gonna be pushing 30. Do I have the time and the energy and the money to like go into film school, start at square one again, and then? I don't know. I don't think. I think that ship has sailed, unfortunately. When I dropped out of film school and I switched, I was like 20. I was 20 years old. I think I was 20 years old. Yeah. Oh no baby hidden confirmed yet. It's just it's getting to be that time, like it's getting to be, it's like I'm getting older. We're getting older. Like, kind of got to start thinking about that. But like, film school stuff, that was when I was 20. That's been, we're pushing a decade now. I think that ship has sailed. But yeah, I mean, those are my interests, I guess. I like philosophy a lot. I like I spend a lot of time thinking about like ontological concepts and like the nature of, I guess, existence. That's something I like to, like, if you want a good topic, like if all right, so here's the thing, like if you were to meet me in public and we had like some small talk conversation, right? And then there's always that awkward moment where you get through the small talk and you're like, what do we talk about now? If you want a surefire way to rope me into a conversation, start asking me about existential shit. Start asking me about the nature of existence, reality, and consciousness. If you start that conversation with me, I'm getting locked into a conversation for the next hour minimum. That's just like a very quick way. My mind will just like, okay, let's talk. Like if you want to talk about deep shit with me and you want to get into like the deepest shit about like the nature of the world and what morality is and what reality is and what is the meaning of life, all that sort of like those deep ass topics, that's a quick way to rope me into a conversation. I will talk about that with anybody. Stranger on the street. I could have met the guy 5 minutes ago. If he starts asking me about this shit, let's talk. So that's like a thing. I read a lot about that. I like to read about what other philosophers have said about this. I like to read about religious concepts surrounding these ideas. So that's another thing I'm interested in. Yeah. So let me answer some other questions, I guess. Sci-fi and spaghetti westerns. Did you like The Mandalorian? I didn't watch The Mandalorian. I have become, I'm sorry to all my Star Wars fans, I have become sick of Star Wars. I'm sick of Star Wars. I hate what Disney has done with Star Wars. I don't want to watch. I watched 2 Star Wars movies made by Disney. 2 Star Wars things made by Disney. I watched episode 7 and episode 8, And after watching episode 8, I decided I'm not touching Disney Star Wars ever again. And I've held to that. I have never touched Disney Star Wars ever again. I haven't watched anything. I haven't watched episode 9. I haven't watched The Mandalorian. I haven't watched Obi-Wan. I haven't watched Boba Fett. I haven't watched the fucking garbage Acolyte. I haven't watched any of these absolute absolutely fucking trash pissant Star Wars shows that do nothing for the franchise but spit on its legacy. And I'm getting emotional here because I used to love Star Wars. I'm not going to give it any modicum, not even a fraction of attention. It's just not worth it. Disney, you suck. You're a terrible company. And I pray for the day that your company and your organization and everything that you have made in the last 20 years, I pray for the day that it gets vaporized out of existence. I would like Disney to be vaporized off the face of the earth. I hate them so much for what they have done to our culture, for what they have done to all the Marvel properties, what they have done to Star Wars, what they have done to everything that Disney does. Everything they touch turns to complete shit. The company treats people like shit. The company, everyone, oh my god, I hate Disney. I hate Disney. They ruin everything. They are a monopoly. They have bought out so many organizations and media companies. They have tried to spread their little spider legs, their tentacles over everything, and then slopify it. They just turn it into commercialized slop, garbage. They turn everything into garbage. They inject their politics into everything. I cannot stand Disney. They used to be one of the most incredible media companies in the world. They have become a shambling corpse of what they used to be. They are infectious. They are contagious. They are destructive. And they are anti-creative. They are absolutely anti-creative. I do not support anything that Disney does. Fuck Disney. Yeah. Never giving them another chance. It's over. It's over in my book. Never touching Disney properties again. They also killed Pixar. So, you know, thanks Disney. The one other studio that was responsible for making like classic, like animation classics, you took them and you murdered them in cold blood for everyone to see. And then you paraded around the Pixar corpse pretending like it was you all along. Yeah, Pixar, it's just Disney Pixar. It's us, it's Disney. Yeah, you remember WALL-E, remember Toy Story, all that stuff? Yeah, we made that. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. You took those properties, you made unnecessary sequels, you ruined the messages of those movies, you shit on them, and then you made original properties that are absolutely miserable and that no one wanted or asked for, and, like, I don't know. Done with the Disney rant. I hate that company. I don't care if Walt Disney comes back from the grave and starts making the most brilliant Disney shit again tomorrow. I am never touching Disney shit again. And I hope everyone does the same until they crash and burn and they go bankrupt and we never hear from them again. You can spell Disney with if you take letters from my YouTube name. Yeah, the Hidden Island, you can spell Disney. Yeah. And it's a shame too, because so much of One Piece is inspired by Disney. There's so much Disney influence in One Piece, and it's just, I can't look at that company the same way or anything they've created the same way, you know? Yeah, ESPN getting bought out by Disney is a crime. Like they kill everything of any value in television and film. They get a hold of it and they kill it. And then, oh wait, there's no Y in the Hidden Island. They Hidden Island, maybe. No, yeah, so there's a, yeah, man. They're also just awful to the consumer, because if you use anything from Disney, any Disney property, Disney music, they will copyright strike you. Did you know Did you want to hear something crazy? You know how like most video games, you can play a video game on stream and you won't get copyright stricken because like the video games are stream safe. Video game soundtracks are stream safe. Well, guess what? Kingdom Hearts, what I learned streaming Kingdom Hearts, guess what I found out? You can't fucking stream Kingdom Hearts because Disney will copyright strike you for the Disney music that's in Kingdom Hearts. They copyright struck me for fucking Kingdom Hearts music. Fuck Disney. Trash. Trash. Yeah, that's another thing. Yes, they couldn't get Sora. They couldn't get Sora into Smash Bros. Because of Disney for like the longest time. We would have probably got Sora way sooner. Fuck Disney, man. I'm done with Disney. No more talking about. That's like Voldemort. No more mentioning Disney from me. Yeah, Hidden Island with the Y. Yeah, there you go. Well, then where's the I? There's an I in Disney too. Going to any cons this year? Yeah, I'm going to Anime NYC. I think that's going to be just tradition at this point. So that's the only one I'm planning to go to, though. I have to save money. That cons are expensive, man. And it's like, you know, I'm not only spending money to go, but I'm also spending money because like I'm going to be meeting the other YouTubers, probably going to get some food, going to be going buying stuff from the vendors. It's expensive. So I think I only can reserve like time for one con a year. And the only reason, to be honest, I've seen all there is to see at Anime NYC. I don't really think, I'm not the type of guy that wants to like wait online for like panels and talk to the voice actors. I really don't care. Especially because the majority of the time in these places, it's always the English dub actors. And I don't fucking like dub voice actors for the most part. So, you know, I don't really want to talk to them. The only reason I go to cons is so that I can see the cool cosplays. Maybe buy like a little souvenir or something here and there. Like that wooden carving of Roger I have on the wall, that was from Comic-Con. And the main reason I go is to meet up with my YouTube friends. That's like it, right? Because I don't have a chance to see them otherwise. But yeah, I don't actually go to the cons for the reason that everyone else does. I just go to meet up with people that I know are going and just hang out with my friends and be like in an environment where I'm just surrounded by like anime fans. I think it's pretty fun. Although, I gotta be honest, on paper, being in an environment surrounded by anime fans, you know, I kind of cringe saying that because it doesn't sound like a fun time on paper. But the anime fans can be cool people, and the right people, it's a fun time. So, you know. But you get the oddballs, of course. There's a lot of oddballs. Is it worth going to a con? I don't know. It really depends on what you want to go there for. Yeah, plug your nose. Yeah, plug your nose. You go to a con. Actually, it's not that bad. It's a lot worse when you go to a con in like the middle of summer and it's really hot and they don't have air conditioning and the building is packed with people. That's when it gets bad. That's when it gets stinky in the fucking Javits Center. But you know, it's fine if the weather's under control. Yeah, it's fine. I did cosplay. I did cosplay once. There was one cosplay I did at a con, and it was me and two of the mods on the channel. Me, the True Toby, and Mr. Future Singer. We went to Anime NYC dressed as the three admirals, and I was Akainu. Toby was Kizaru, and Mr. Future Singer was Aokiji. And we took pictures. We got pictures with everybody. It's funny. I went as Akainu, and I brought a box of Dunkin' Donuts with me to the convention. And whenever I saw an Ace cosplayer, I would walk up and I'd offer him a free donut. And I got a lot of people upset. There was a lot of like Ace fans that came up to me and like cursed me out. They were like, dude, that's fucked up. That's not right, man. That's not right. Why you support the villain, bro? I got a problem with you, bro. They treated me like I actually put a hole in the guy's chest. There were, bro, I swear to God, there was a guy, there was like one or two instances where a guy came up to me and my friends as the admirals, and they asked us for pictures. They were like, yo, can I get a picture with you? And then they asked for the pictures, and then they told me to get out of the picture. They wanted a picture with Aokiji and Kizaru, refused to have a picture with me because I was Akainu. They didn't want it. They didn't want it. So I got rejected from being in photos because of the grudge that people have against that character. It was really funny. I thought it was hilarious. And it's really funny too. There was a Reddit thread that I forget who posted. It might have been Mr. Future Singer. He posted a thread on Reddit with our picture of us sitting down in the chair. Let me see if I can probably find the picture I'm talking about. Let me highlights. It's probably a, oh no, I have to be on premium for a highlight. Where was the picture? I have to pull it up. I think it would be funny to show you guys. I've shown it before a bunch, but as I'm scrolling to find the image. Yeah, it was very funny. A lot of people, so we posted the thread. He posted the thread on Reddit with our picture, and the thread blew up. Like the thread, I guess people really liked the cosplay because the thread blew up on Reddit. It had probably like 10K likes or something on Reddit. And there's a bunch of people in the comments because in the post that he made, he didn't clarify that it was me in the picture. He didn't say it was the hidden island. He just posted the picture of us on Reddit. And then there was like a ton of comments in the Reddit thread being like, yo, is that Hidden Island? Is that my dude Hidden? And they were able to spot me in the picture. And then there were other people being like, yeah, that Akainu cosplayer, like, nah, he doesn't sell the part. Like, I don't like, yeah, the other guys are cool, but fuck Akainu. And it's like everyone just shitting on me. Like, bro, I had to do the cosplay. Like, I had to complete the trifecta. How you gonna, don't roast me. Don't roast me. I tried, okay? So I was getting lit up both at the con and on Reddit because I happen to be the bad guy cosplayer. So I think, hold on, I've scrolled far enough down. It's got to be here somewhere. Where is it? Where is it? No. Where the hell is it? Is it just not on my Twitter anymore? What happened? Maybe I can find the Reddit thread. That would probably be a good one to do. Good way to do it. Yeah, I caught so many strays. Reddit, One Piece, Admirals cosplay. No. No. Probably so many threads like this, probably. Whatever. Yeah. It was a good time. I am an Akainu stan. I love that character. I'm a big fan. I like good villains, you know? A good villain goes a long way with me. I can like a character and recognize they're a piece of shit. Oh, you want the You Are My Son? Is my soundboard still working? Hold on.
You are my son.
It's been a while. You want to get the soundboard out of our system? It's been too long. We got a bunch on here. There's that one. go. That's the ban. That's when someone gets banned. You remember that? I used to spam this one.
I'm the cook. Now, say my name.
I like that one. Looking back, it's fun to look back on these. I like that one. I'm gonna just put that up again.
I'm the cook.
What about this one? This chapter. This is actually very applicable today, this one. What about this one? What about Chopper? Yeah, You Are My Son is the best one. I think that's my favorite too. This is also kind of my favorite. This is shout out to all my fellow Albanians out there. I never get to use that. I don't know why. When I made it, I thought it was like when would I have the opportunity in a One Piece stream to do the Albania Strong meme? I don't know. I don't think any of my viewers are also Albanian. I just made that. I thought it was funny. What is this one?
I absolve you of your sins. You have been forgiven.
What about this one? You like that one? Yeah, the Albanian flag. Badass. I love it. I love it. Big W. Yeah, it does. The dragon in the mural, the central, it looks like the two-headed eagle. Yeah, this one, I'm very proud of this one.
I absolve you of your sins. You have been forgiven.
Yeah, I'm from Alubarna, yeah.
Nice.
I have so much on this soundboard. I think someone joined members on the stream today, so I have an excuse to play this. So welcome to the new member. I forget who it was. Was it Izaz that rejoined members? I don't know if you missed the beginning of the stream, though. Anyone that's rejoining members, just be aware that I'm going to be pretty inactive going forward. I talked about that at the beginning. But anyway, all the new members... What about this one? This is for the Zoro fans. Get them upset.
You pick that up for me.
You're gonna eat this? Cause it's mostly a ball of
Else?
Shut up and give it to me now.
Should have listened to me.
It was good.
Hey, look, I love Zoro, man. I think I'm more of a Zoro guy than a Sanji guy, if I'm going to be completely honest. But I gotta, you know, some of these Zoro fans are out of control, you know? When they say that, like, Zoro's going to kill, like, the final villain, they think that Zoro's, like, the main character. Sometimes you gotta just take the L, you know? You gotta just feed them the L. They gotta learn to take the L. Every other fan base takes the L from time to time.
Else?
Shut up and give it to me.
Zoro fans gotta learn to take they gotta hold the L sometimes. You know?
The One Piece! The One Piece is real!
What about this one? This is the spoilers, anti-spoilers. I hate people who spoil me. Ah! I hate spoilers.
Fucking spoilers.
That's one of my favorites, honestly. What else? I don't have much else. I think that's it. Oh. That's a throwback. And for those who really, for those who are true OGs, do we remember where this is from? Those of you that are true OGs of the channel, you guys remember this. I still keep it. I keep it. I've enshrined this helmet. Those of you who are real ones, you know. This is a guilty verdict. I keep that there, though. I always make sure it's a keepsake. It's a keepsake. The katana, you want to know where the katana is? Oh, you mean this? Oh, are you talking about this? You want to see what happened? So in the stream where I chopped the Zorro figure in half, and I shattered my monitor. This katana is such a cheap piece of crap. Look at the handle. It's like coming off. I hit the Zorro figure so hard that I snapped the handle of the katana. This is not made for true combat. But I keep it anyway. I bought this katana just for that stream, and I destroyed this katana and my computer monitor for that stream, and I'm proud of it. And I'm keeping this just to remember. Good times, man. I gotta be honest, man. Those are some fun memories. I wish I still had it in me to do it more. Maybe one day I'll wake up and I'll just have the, I don't know, I'll have that fire inside that gets me to do that stuff again. I will say one thing, even if I don't upload regularly, this stream was fun. And I could see myself maybe start, at the very least, doing a stream with you guys more often. I didn't realize how much I kind of missed it until today. Because I stopped doing the streams and I just focused on making videos for a little period of time. But now I don't really want to make the videos as much and I don't feel confident in making them. But I could do the streams. I could do the streams. I'll think about it. Maybe I could see myself coming back maybe like once a month. Just do like a monthly recap stream. Why no confidence? It's just that, I don't know, man. There's so many people making YouTube videos for One Piece now. There's so many content creators. And I work slow, you know? I work very slow. When it comes to making a video, I take my time and I want to make sure it's like I'm happy with it. And if I'm not happy with it, I don't make it, you know? And a lot of times, there's a lot of videos that I've made that are draft videos that I haven't released. I have a lot of videos that I wrote like half of the script and I wasn't happy with it, and I tried rewriting it and I wasn't happy with it. There's a lot of unreleased Hidden Island videos. And I was never happy enough or confident enough in those ideas, or felt they were original or interesting enough to release them or finish the script, and I couldn't find the words when I was writing it. So I just never ended up making those videos. So, you know, that's how I am. I'm like kind of a perfectionist to a fault. It like hurts me, you know, because there's a lot of things that I could have made that probably they might have done well, but I just don't release them because I don't feel they don't meet my personal standard. So I don't know. It's like a confidence issue. I don't know what that is. Imposter syndrome, maybe. Yeah, there is a hidden vault. I have a vault on my computer of unreleased scripts and concepts. Like video concepts. And every time I try and do like a more off-the-cuff video that's not like heavily scripted and like edited, it never does well. I don't know why. I don't know if like even the click-through rate is not high. I don't know if people don't if there's a way people can tell that the video's not like, I don't know, they don't do well. And I feel like it would be a lot of work to like regularly make videos, even if they're not like as heavily worked on as my others. It's pretty disheartening to put a lot of work into like making regular videos and they just don't do well, and then it tanks the metrics for your channel, and then the algorithm hates you for a while, you know, because if I release the shittier videos and they don't do well, then the algorithm is going to think that people don't want to watch me anymore, and then any future videos I make, even if I put a lot of effort in, it's not going to push it in front of people. I've had it happen to me multiple times. So release the poneglyphs, maybe someday. Maybe someday. You know what I want to do? If I'm going to make another video, it's probably not going to be a theory. The video, there's one thing that I have left undone. There's one thing on my YouTube checklist that I've always wanted to do, and I have yet to do it. And if I could say that there's one goal that I still haven't achieved on my YouTube channel that keeps me from leaving the channel behind for good, it's I want to do an arc by arc breakdown video. Like, I want to do a video where I go through the entire series, start to finish, and analyze and joke about and theorize about everything that happens in every arc in a row. And I want to just release this video series of like looking back on East Blue, looking back on Alabasta, so on and so forth. I just want to do a full series, one video each arc or each saga, and go through the whole series, start to finish. What kept me from doing it was I wouldn't want to do the whole series and then have to wait like 2 years just to put out the next video, because if I get caught up, I make all those videos up until Egghead, and then I have to wait for Elbaf to finish before I can make the Elbaf video, and then I have to wait for the final arc to finish. So I'd have this whole series that I'd make, and then it would take me like an extra 5 years just to make the remaining 2 videos. So it's kind of like, that's the only reason I hadn't done it earlier, but I still want to do it. And I think that would be something, if you guys see me upload this year, it might be that. That might be what it is. The next thing that goes up on the channel, it'll probably be that. So East Blue analysis, Romance Dawn analysis is probably going to be the next upload I make. I don't know when that'll happen. I can't promise anything, but that's still in the back of my mind. Like, I always think about it, like, you know, I kind of want to do that. Kind of want to do that still. So I appreciate all the support, though. You guys are too kind. It means a lot, and it does give me that confidence to upload. You know, I'm sorry to keep people waiting, but I can tell you for sure that unless, like, God forbid, something happens to me and, you know, I die, knock on wood, I'm not abandoning, I'm not gonna disappear for good. I'm gonna be back eventually. Right now I need to focus on my life, get my shit in order, and I really want to work on that book. And I think that if I do get that book done, I'm probably going to be on this channel promoting it a lot, because it's like the only vehicle I have to put my work in front of people. I don't really have any other place I can put anything I make and have like a bunch of people see it. So if I do write that book, I'm probably gonna drop a video on YouTube telling everybody I made a book and you should check it out. So, you know, one of those two things, either the One Piece analysis is going to happen, or I'm going to get my book out and I'm going to be talking about that for a little bit. One thing I also want to do, I want to get around to finishing the Booms, because Joy Boy wrote a book, and huge shout outs to him because he did what I want to do, and he did it well, and he put all that effort into making a series, not just one book, but a series. And I do own a copy of the Booms. I read like the first chapter and I never got around to finishing it just because life happened and I ended up putting like everything on hold at the time, and I haven't gotten back to it. And I hate that I haven't gotten back to it, because I feel like if there's a book I should read, it's like a book written by someone who's similar to me, similar interests, did what I am planning to do. Like, that's something that's high on my agenda. So I think I want to read the Booms, and I kind of want to do a stream with Joy Boy on this channel where we talk about his book. So that would be another thing in the plans for the future. Do I have a premise for my book already? I have a bunch. The problem is, for me right now, with writing the book, I have so many ideas. I have a bunch of ideas I want to do, and I don't know which one I feel like would be a good first book. Because, like, they say, don't try and make your magnum opus as your first creation. Because when you're creating things, when you're writing, when you're making movies, you're not going to make your magnum opus in your first try, your first movie, or your first book. It's not going to be... So, like, if you have, like, a massive idea that you want to put all your passion into, you've spent your whole life on, you don't want that to be the first thing you make, because the first thing you make is going to be littered with errors and mistakes. You want to make the mistakes on other stories first, and then with the experience and wisdom that you have from all that, then you can take that and put that into your passion project, and then you can make that idea as good as it can possibly be. So I have a bunch of ideas that I'm really, really excited and passionate about, but I don't want any of them... I feel like apprehensive about making any of them my first project, because I know it's not going to be as good as it could be without the experience of having written before. So it's like I'm halfway waiting for an idea that I feel like is worthy of, like, being a good first step, not too crazy, but then at the same time, you know, I have to write something, and I, on the side, I do constantly, like, these stories that I have in my mind, I think them through. And I have a lot of characters already planned, a lot of story beats already planned, setting, all that stuff is in my head. But I don't know which story to go with, you know? Which one am I going to dive into? And I've tried, right? I've written, since the year started, I wrote a bunch of first drafts for a single chapter for one of these ideas, and I just haven't been happy with it. Probably because of that lack of experience thing. I'm, like, not satisfied, or I'm not sure what's good or what's bad yet. Yeah, analysis paralysis is the best way to describe it. Too many options, hard to decide which one to go with. And then there's just, like, the new territory thing. I haven't written a book before, so it's totally new territory for me. So it's like, which one should I do? Will it be good if I do it? Will I take an idea that would have been amazing if I had waited 10 years, gotten experience? Will I ruin the opportunity to make that story good if I do it now? I don't know, you know? But I want to do sci-fi. I'm big on sci-fi. I want to do a sci-fi book, specifically about AI. I have some takes on AI that you might find interesting, but I don't want to share them because I want the message of the book to speak for it. I even have the title for that book in my head already. I have a lot of things for that one planned. So I want to do sci-fi. I want to do fantasy. I want to do dark fantasy specifically. I have a book that I've had a movie idea that turned into a book idea that's been in my head for the last 7-8 years, I would say. This has been close to a decade I've been working on this idea. And I have this idea for a Western. It's like a Western combined with dark fantasy, combined with sci-fi. It's like a weird blend of everything. And I guess something comparable would be like, what is it, Stephen King's? Is it the Dark Tower books? The ones with, it's like a dark fantasy mixed with a Western. Is it Dark Tower? Dilcor would know. He loves those books. Yeah. So it's kind of similar to that. I love Dune. Yeah, I watched the movies. The movies are great. I read the book back in college. I thought it was okay when I first read it. I'd probably come back to it with a more mature perspective now. Can't waste ideas. Didn't owe to remake One Piece like 3 times. Yeah, I know. That's where I'm kind of at right now. I think that I've thought about it this week. I think where I'm at is I'm going to just pick the idea that I feel I have the most juice for, and I'm just going to write it. I'm just going to write it. And the way I think my approach is going to be, and if anyone's trying to write, I think this would be a good approach for you as well. The way to combat analysis paralysis is to not go back over your work until you're done. So my plan going forward is going to be to write the book, and I'm going to write the book, and I'm not going to spend time going back over my previous chapters and reading and changing things, because then I'm never going to settle on anything. My plan is to write the book start to finish and treat that whole thing as just one first draft. I think it's a lot easier You guys all do this. I'm sure all of you do this. You watch a piece of media or you read something or you experience something, right? And let's say you watch a movie. It's very easy to find things that you don't like about the movie or that you would change after the fact, right? Once you have a fully created product with a clear start and end and all the details are somewhere in some place, it's a lot easier to then look at that completed product, go through it and be like, I like this, but I would have changed this or this. So you have to kind of be the critic with your own work. And I feel like if I'm going to write something, and if anyone's going to write something, the best way to go about it is to not second guess what you wrote, is just to write and don't look back. Write, don't look back, keep writing, don't look back, keep writing, don't look back. Get through the whole book. Once the full picture is together, once you've completed the whole story, then you switch into editor mode. Then you can go reread your book from start to finish with a fresh mind. Probably give it a month. Don't look at it for a month. So you go in completely blank, fresh. Look at it with a fresh set of eyes. And then it's so much easier for you to read your story and then pinpoint the areas that are like lacking. Pinpoint something that should be changed. Oh, you know, I really like how I wrote this part, but this part I would change. And it would be so much better if this happened. And then this happened. And then that's how you do it. But you first have to get the initial story out. So I think that's the way, because the way I've been doing it is like I'll write a page or two, and then I reread the page or two, and I change things, and I'm never satisfied. And then when I change things, I don't know where I'm going to go next. It's like it's a big mess. So yeah, the best way to do it is to just bang it out. Even a sentence a day. If you think about it this way, if you write a sentence a day, just one, how easy is it to write one sentence? If you write a single sentence a day, you will get, by the end of the year, you have 365 sentences. You could do a lot with 365 sentences. All you have to do is string together enough words to make a single sentence every day. As long as you're not going back and changing shit, by the end of the year, you'll have 365 sentences. I think you need to write more than that to get a book out, at least in a timely manner. But the principle is there. If you get a paragraph out a day, it doesn't have to be the whole book in one sitting. You know? Just get a paragraph out, or like a few sentences a day. You'll have a book by the end of the year. By the end of the year, or maybe 2 years, you'll have a complete book. So that's where I'm at. I'm going to do that. Now that you've tried writing, like me, you've probably got a way better appreciation of Oda basically writing 1138 first draft chapters over 27 years every week. You know, it's very funny, right? Because we look at the big mural in 1138, and it's like all of this that we're seeing right now. This has been the culmination of Oda's writing over, you know, almost 3 decades now. And I guarantee you, a lot of the stuff in this mural wasn't in the original plans. And and you're right. I do have a much better appreciation for it, because I see now. I look at this big mural on the page, and I see it a little bit differently. I see it as like Oda didn't plan all of this from the start. I think he planned chunks of it. I think there are pieces of this that were originally in the blueprint for One Piece, but this has been like this has been an evolving thing over the last 3 decades, basically. And I'm sure there were times where he didn't feel confident in some ideas or change stuff, or he got a new idea suddenly and is like, yeah, we have to put that in there. And now it's culminated. He's finally ready. He's finally ready to lift up the veil, lift up the curtain on the mystery. And Oda is now finally showing us, look, guys, this is the mystery I've been building for 3 decades, you know? It's been so long. He's been putting the pieces in place. He's been changing details here and there, deciding on how things are going to go. And finally, this week, Oda has made the decision to lift up the curtain and show us what we've been theorizing and wondering about for so long. And he's like, look, this is it. This is the culmination of all my fantasy and my thoughts and my ideas for this world. And I have a great appreciation for it. I have a really, really great appreciation for this, because it may not seem like much at the moment when you read it, but the sheer amount of work and passion and effort that had to go into getting here, it's inconceivable the amount of work that Oda had to do to get to this point. Inconceivable, man. decades of writing to get to this. This isn't even the full payoff, but this is a big part of the payoff. Like, this is what this has been built up to for fucking forever, man. And that does give me a little bit of hope that, like, maybe I'm overthinking it, and maybe I should just start writing and not look back and not worry, because I'll figure it out over time. But yeah, I have a big respect for Oda. I have a huge respect for what he's been able to do now that I'm trying to do writing myself and get into that. Yeah, it's a good point, Junior. It's kind of like that, isn't it? Like with the sentence a day kind of thing, paragraph a day or whatever. That's pretty much what a manga is, right? You get a chapter out every week. If you put a chapter out every week, eventually you end up with a lot of chapters, given enough time. You know? I'm sure Oda wasn't thinking about the next 1,000 chapters when he was writing chapter 10 or chapter 20 or even chapter 100. He definitely had the ideas floating around in there. But, you know, he just took it at one piece at a time, you know? For lack of a better way to say it. Is, you know, one piece at a time. I hope that when I finish, that you guys will enjoy what I wrote. I hope that, I hope it's something that, you know, to be honest, I want people someday to not look at me as just a YouTuber. I would like if I could create something like a work of writing or a piece of fiction that inspires someone else to write something of their own, you know? That's what I would want. That's like a goal, that's like on my bucket list for life, is like creating something that means something to somebody, that inspires them to create something and then pass the torch forward. You know, the way that Tolkien created Lord of the Rings and all the different offshoots of fantasy that came from him. I don't need to be Tolkien. Tolkien is, he's a mountain. I don't need to be the mountain. But I want to be someone that can make something that does have some kind of like trickle down effect, you know, that influences somebody. Or I just want to create something that I can say, you know, I did a job well done, and there, you know, the storytelling of the future in some way was impacted by the story that I told, because I think that's very human, you know, like humans telling stories that influence other stories. That's very human. That's like historically, that's storytelling, and that's our history in a lot of ways, is storytelling. And a lot of stories come from history. It comes from the stories of the past, and the stories of today will be the basis for the stories of tomorrow. And I want to be part of that. I want to be part of that chain a little bit. So when I get there, when I make it, I hope that I hope it's something you guys enjoy. Even if it's not like One Piece. It's probably not going to be like One Piece at all. It's probably going to be very different from One Piece. As much as this is influence, as much as One Piece inspired me and influenced me, I think it's going to be different. It's going to be really, really different in tone, in character, and world. But we'll see. Yeah, that would be a nice poster. One piece at a time, just Luffy hanging from the branch. He's like his limbs are like super stretched. You know, that'd be funny. Does it kind of change how you view missteps in arcs like Wano now? Having dabbled in writing, it's fucking hard and punishing when you're dissatisfied with your own work. I definitely... Look, I don't hate Oda for doing things in Wano that I didn't like. There's a lot of people that really, really hate Wano, and I don't like Wano. I think Wano has a lot of issues as an arc. But I understand how those mistakes could have come about, or how those errors could have come about. To be honest, I think a lot of the issues with Wano were not Oda's fault. I think a lot of it was it was the editor's fault. My take on Wano is that Wano was supposed to be even longer, and that the editors pushed Oda to wrap things up quickly. The editors pushed Oda to put in like I think what happened, so for example, I really don't like the character, I don't like Yamato's character, I don't like Yamato's influence on the arc. I feel like it was all pointless, it amounted to nothing really. Yamato was a merchandise fan bait character. that was designed almost, in my view, almost purely from a merchandise and like, it was a fan bait perspective, like with that character. And it was just like an uninspired kind of like copy paste of Jinbei from the Marineford arc and all the like baiting of like, I'm going to be on the crew. You have to wonder, why was Yamato written to so actively bait joining the crew in that arc? I think it's because the goal with Yamato was to generate hype, right? Oh shit, a new Straw Hat? The first new Straw Hat essentially, post time skip, I guess if you don't count Jinbei. Like, this is the first time in ages we get a new Straw Hat. So everyone was laser focused on Yamato. And I know that it was for a merchandise thing. I know this for a fact. And the reason I can prove it to you is because I went to Japan around the time of the Wano arc's peak. When Yamato first happened, Gear 5 first happened. Bro, the amount of merch that was Yamato focused, the amount of merch that was like all the Straw Hats and then Yamato was included in that lineup of the Straw Hats. There was so much merch. And you can look at Twitter, you can look online, look at the characters. Yamato is like very beautiful, has like the multicolored hair, like a very vibrant design, cool design, mythical Zoan devil fruit, Conqueror's Hockey. It's like this character was designed from the top down to be as appealing as possible to fans and for merchandise and these things. So it felt like it was a very artificial inclusion. And I suspect that while Oda definitely had the idea to do like a Kaido's son kind of plotline, I really suspect that it was the editors and the push from from Shueisha to put in a fan favorite in Wano, because I think people didn't really have a fan favorite in terms of like the new good guys. Like every arc kind of has like one of those new good guys, like Bartolomeo type characters, like some character that's like a good guy chilling with the Straw Hats, very likable, very popular. And Wano didn't really have that. We had Odin, but he's a flashback character. He's dead. So all the modern day characters, like we were already used to Kinemon and Momo. I don't think Kinemon, Momo, none of the Scabbards had very large fan bases. None of them have massive fan bases. They didn't hit the way that I think Oda thought they were going to hit. I think the Scabbards were a miss. They were a swing and a miss. Oda intended for them to be these big, likable characters. It was like this big epic Seven Samurai type thing where we gather up the group and they're all unique and interesting. I don't think they landed the way that they were intended to, and I think that Wano was sorely lacking in some kind of like pivotal, likable, cool, good guy to be introduced in Wano. And I think that it was designed by committee. I think Yamato was designed by committee to solve that problem and to throw in like a marketable character into the mix that would represent Wano in a way. Yeah, precision engineered. That's what it really felt like. It really felt like a precision engineered, focus tested, designed by committee character. So I don't like that character, and I think that it was pushed on Oda by the editors. And I think that there's a lot of things in Wano that I don't like that were pushed on Oda by his editors and the company to kind of like spice up the arc or to like time it in a way where it had better fan reception. The arc wasn't doing as well towards the end, so they had to like cut it short and all those types of things. So, you know, I don't blame Oda entirely for what happened to Wano. I think a lot of it was top-down pressure that led to a lot of the trip-ups. I will blame him for Kinemon not dying. I think Oda had full agency and full control over what happened to Kinemon. I think it was Oda's decision to make Kinemon not die, and in one of the dumbest, most contrived ways possible. And that I will not forgive. I think that it doesn't matter if you're a writer with 20 plus years of experience and you build up to a character death so dramatically, I think the responsibility is entirely on you to recognize, especially after what happened with Pell and how often the community complains about you being unable to kill off characters. If you bring back Kinemon and you do it in a joking manner, like, I guess Law never properly put me back together, fart, and he's talking through his farts, like right after having one of the most dramatic deaths in the entire arc, that's the author's response. That's Oda's responsibility. He completely elected to do that. I don't have empathy for that. As a writer, I think you should treat your characters and their deaths and their sacrifices with more respect. But I don't think Oda's a bad writer for it. I just think that specific decision was terrible, and it was a terrible decision from a writing standpoint. And I think it was born purely from an inability to commit to more dark consequences for his story, because he feels like he's writing a shonen manga and it's for kids, and he doesn't want to bog that down with like dramatic, bloody character death. So he kind of had to like reel it in. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like that's part of the reason. I feel like if she was solely for merch, she wouldn't be getting a cover story. I think she was ruined and rushed by editor interference, though. I think that the cover story is Oda salvaging the character. I think that it's not that. I think that the character was kind of inserted for the wrong reasons, and I think that because the character's a part of the story now, and we had to kind of do a 180 last second. You know, Yamato. Everyone's looking back at Yamato and being like, that character was like pointless. What was the point of Yamato? You could remove that character and basically nothing changes. Like, what was the point, right? It was a big rug pull right at the end of the arc. Trash character. And then the decision from the writer is like, well, what do we do with Yamato now? Like we built it all up. We can't just like throw it to the wayside and forget about it, pretend it didn't happen. So let's dedicate the next cover story to Wano and Yamato in Wano to kind of give Yamato some kind of like purpose for existing. I think that's what this is all about. I think the cover story is just it's damage control. So that's what I think. Anyway, we've been yapping for a while. This is a 4-hour stream. If there's a brave soldier out there that is determined enough to timestamp the major parts of the stream, like the first part where I talk about life, second part where I talk about the chapter. If anyone wants to do that, I would appreciate it. I'll pin that comment immediately. If you want a free way to get pinned on one of my videos, that's a way to do it. Yeah, I think this is a good point to call the stream here. This has been very fun. I think I'll be back with another stream in the near future. Let's see how these chapters go. If we start getting really insane chapters like end game lore dump mind-bending chapters, I might have to do these more often. We'll see. But I just, I hope that today, I've made it clear that, I'm not don't expect me to be on any sort of schedule or timetable, okay? But if we can all get past that, then I can't say when, but there will be another stream probably in the near future, where at the very least we'll talk about the new events and we'll just catch up and chat and shoot the shit like we just did today. So with that being said, thank you so much to everybody that stopped by. I love and appreciate all of you guys. I hope you guys have been having a good year so far. I hope your lives have been treating you well, and all of your, I hope your plans and the things that you've been getting into, your work, your life, your social life, I hope all that's been going well for you. And even if there's trip ups now and then, just know that I'm on your team. I'm going through the same thing. I have my own trip ups. I have my own things that are holding me back. Things happen. So just know that you're not alone. I wish you all the best. Everyone, thank you for being here. Thank you for the continued support despite my absence. Thank you for all the love that you guys showed me today. All the very kind super chats and the new members. Everybody, you guys are awesome. That super chat money is extremely helpful. You have no idea. It's actually like what I kind of need right now, because the money situation. So that is insanely nice of you guys, and I appreciate it greatly. I don't expect that, and don't ever feel obligated to do that, but I know that it came from a place of love and appreciation from you guys, and I respect you greatly for that, and I thank you. So with that being said, all of you, I hope you guys have a great rest of your day, a good night. One more for the road, shall we?
You are my son.
You're my sons. Have a great voyage. I will see you next time. Have a good rest of your day, a good night, and a wonderful romance dawn. Take it easy, guys.